Hey, this is episode 3 of Shadowrun Hong Kong. There's only one way to describe the troll haunting the back of Club 88. Weathered. It is as if the man had been carved from granite and then battered by a crash of waves and salty winds over the course of decades. Welcome to Club 88. No killing, no fighting, no sex trade. I can respect that. I'm Dystopia. I'm Henry Caffey. I suppose I own this place. If you're looking for guns, speak to my wife. If you're looking for pharma, speak to my son, Callum. And if you're looking for trouble, you'll be seeing my son, Frederick, briefly. And what would I speak to you about? Nothing. I just steer the ship. What ship? There's always a ship. I'll leave you be. Better groomed than most of his kind, the young troll, nonetheless, ruins the effort with his own blatant drunkenness. His eyes are red and his expression foggy, but he otherwise appears to be high functioning. Have a drink, friend, have two, then maybe something else to chase it, eh? You alright? Couldn't be better. I'm a prince of Club 88, chosen, you might say. You're part of a family that owns this place. You're a shrewd one, friend. I am the heir apparent, and by birthright. To peddle gems to every sniffer that passes through the gates. What do you say? Need something to pick you up or bring you down. Let's see what you have. The older troll woman has a striking Amazonian quality. When she was younger, she must have really turned heads. Can I help you? You in charge here? And don't you forget it. This is my family's place. Me, my husband, and our two boys. Now, do you have business with me? I have no time for window shoppers. Whatever you got for sale. Firearms from all over the world, from Aries to Walter, and everything in between. You in the market? Let's take a look. Come back anytime. Anything else you need? What can you tell me about Hioi? There's only one thing you need to know. The corporations do not rule Hioi. We're under Kindly Chang's umbrella, and her Yellow Lotus soldiers protect the docks and maintain the peace. But we're not tribe members, and they don't own us. Hioi is a crossroads, where goods change hand and deals are made. Kindly makes the market, but we, the families, make it happen. Ermine speaks with the pride of a woman who bows politely to great powers, but never prostrates herself before them. Families rebuilt this place when it was left to rot. Strong families, like mine, and we protect our own. Outsiders and corps know that tangling with Hiai is more trouble than we are worth. The Triads know it is better to work with us than against us, and now you know these things as well. You would do well to remember them. I'll leave you be. Okay, so you can build a bot like melee or ranged, I guess. Here again, I thought I told you to fuck off. Kindly will vouch for me. Yeah, you just idle your engine there for a minute and I'll check on that. There's a long silence on the intercom. The door gives several heavy metallic clicks. There's a dull rumble, like heavy bolts sliding back. A green light flashes on the terminal. The door appears to be unlocked. You can enter the clinic. Chrome Alley. The clinic looks like it just hosted a party. Spindly mechanical arms swing from unobtrusive wall mounts, pulling down crepe paper ribbons and scooping food platters and empty beer bottles into biohazard bags. A severely crippled Caucasian man sits in a wheelchair amidst the maelstrom of mess and robotics. He's in his 40s, thick beard, tungsten earrings, beer belly, one eyebrow, both his legs are missing, one at the hip, the other at the knee. He has only one arm and only 3 fingers remaining on his surviving hand. His face and arm shows the scars of reconstructive surgery. He grins widely at you, regarding you with bloodshot eyes. He's clearly hungover. Hey, I'm Ambrose. He shouts cheerfully in English, his words piling together in a loose Midwestern accent. They call me Ten Arms. Welcome to the Kong, fellow UCASian. He chuckles, his chest shaking with mirth. A Waldo arm springs to life and swings over to him. Its menacing metal pincer momentarily sets a cigarette between his lips, just long enough for him to inhale from it. Kindly says you're all right. What can I do for you? What do you do here? What do I do? Tune-ups and engine rebuilds on your ass. I do it all. First aid, second aid, surgery, cybernetics, obstetrics, euthanasia. I'm your one-stop shop for health and beauty. Well, maybe not beauty. Can you install me with combat wear? You know it. You got the coin in essence. I'll trick you out like a bulldozer with ground effects and a turret. I've got it all. Bionic limbs, wired reflexes, deckerware, blood filters, synthetic muscle, bone lacing, greased bearings, ground effects, tight bolts. The full range of Chrome Alley's services is something that we like to keep beneath the HKPF's radar. Ambrose winks. What sort of medical services do you offer? Oh, nothing you'd be interested in. Right now I'm mostly doing engine mechanics and electrician stuff. I send Maximum Law and Reliable Matthew any work that they can handle. It's really just a hobby and a service to the community. I make my nut with the clinic. He looks fondly over at the massive, partially reassembled V8 engine, occupying part of the operating theater. That baby's gonna be a goddess when I'm done with her. Let's talk about something else. You're a doctor? Sure I am. I'm a rigger doctor, a rocktor. Ambrose bursts into laugh, then stops and clutches his head. Oh man, I cannot laugh hard today. Too much partying last night. It hurts. I'm not board certified, but don't worry. I should be. I'm full on skilled. My work's Yellow Lotus guaranteed and precisely in accordance with World Medical Association standards. Everybody in here comes to me. Because I'm the only option. Ambrose chuckles delightedly. Very well, Rocktor. Right on. Let's get you tricked out, unless you just want to bullshit, which I'm down for too. Your front door could stop a bulldozer. Why so fortified? We're kidding. Have you any idea how much all the stuff in here is worth? This is a high capital operation, and life's dangerous for a guy missing most of his members, tooling up smugglers and criminals. Let me tell you what, though. Someone busts in here. They're gonna be in a world of hurt. Ambrose chuckles evilly. There's a lot more than pipes and wires up in the false ceiling, and I've got Kindly's crew and the Club 88 boys on a panic button. They know which side their bread is chromed on. What you think of trying to knock me over? He laughs uproariously, but it's not clear if he's kidding. Show me your services. Sure thing. Tune up for spare parts. Cyberware. This impressive home-built computer is running multiple large memory units and processors. Chilled air from its active cooling systems washes over you, to the whir fans. A thin fiber optic cable runs across the floor to Ambrose in his chair. On the wall behind the computers are miscellaneous decorations, notes, and photos. Two items stand out: a large dry erase calendar and a cork board plastered with printouts. Examine the corkboard printouts. News clippings and BBS posts have been printed, carefully snipped and pinned in place. Most are less than a year old. They're intermixed with grainy photographs of what looks like a devastated city, Chicago. The news articles describe an outbreak of a virulent version of the Vitus plague in the city and the subsequent quarantine of the zone containing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. The newest items are plain text bulletin board postings printed out. The very fact that they're from so crude a site is strange. Very few metric sites are so plain. Try to parse the source of the strange printouts. The postings are from simple bulletin board systems, such as would usually be used only when bandwidth is at a premium, or data has to be sent long distances, like thousands of kilometers. You can pick out some recurring statements that seem to refer to the venue, the BBS Shadowlands. The primary moderator looks like someone named Captain Chaos. Examine the postings. Files smuggled out from within the containment zone. They describe a cover-up, the detonation of a small nuclear weapon, and the catastrophic release of insect spirits into the city. The current conditions, as reported by drones and escapees, are horrific. Return your attention to the wall as a whole. Look at the calendar. The dry erase calendar is cluttered with a relentless storm of commitments, written in cramped, sloppy handsy. Most appears to be medical appointments with patients, followed by a busy list of social engagements. Closer scrutiny reveals others. A basic mechanics class on Wednesday night, basic computer coding, Sunday afternoons. Before both of these, inked in red, marker is: prepare lesson plan, you stupid idiot. Holiday, big combat auto races, birthdays. Every Sunday until 4 p.m. is simply labeled engine. Only 5 hours a night are allocated to sleep, but large swaths of time are conspicuously labeled hangover. Yeah, good stuff. That's my doc. This electro furnace room has been built out as a medical clinic and a machine shop. The air is alive with the rumblings of the furnace and the hum of cooling fans. It is sweltering. The front area is more like a homey coffee house than a clinic lobby. Comfortable old furniture, used digipads, coloring books. The wall opposite of the boiler is cluttered with a mixture of photos and prints, local artist work, images of military vehicles, off-road racing, Rube Goldberg machines, personal photos, old-time Chicago gangsters, the Desert Wars motorized combat division. Oh shit. The insulation on these heavy wires is cracked. The buzz and crackle occasionally as stray drips from the awning strikes them. Overhead, a gigantic holosign shines like a searchlight, screaming its message through the dim light. It hums and flickers, sputtering like an old engine. Fierce electrical crackles sporadically burst out of the sign's emitter, stabbing your eyes and filling your ears with static. Under the baleful glare of the sign, the rusty mini-barge deck is stacked with electronics. Dilapidated stereos share space with crisply boxed servers. Ranks of discs and memory chips fill display cases, padlocked under plexiglass. A short human, in his late 20s, stands in the middle, hands on his hips, talking loudly into the air. Bulky virtual reality goggles cover his eyes. A data jack cable runs from his temple down to his stained t-shirt to a belt load of clearly home-built computer hardware. Now I'm telling you, his voice is shrill, clipped. Nobody uses KM3s like nobody. They're shit. I don't care what Deng says. If Shiawase SRP uses KM3s, they're stupid. Hey, flesh is rolling up. I gotta go. He turns to face you, goggles blank and enigmatic, blinking with tiny lights and wrapped in duct tape. He points at your PDA. I rip that PDA. You work for kindly. His lips work impatiently. Yo, what do you want? You provided this PDA. Tell me about it. It was a Fushi Ashura Star 3. They use a Scarab chip, which is good, but the motherboard is wet noodles and sprouts. I pulled out the trackers and installed encryption. Now it runs on a Wampa virtual network. The corpse cops can't track it. Well, thanks for the PDA. He shrugs dismissively. It's what we do. This is Law's technology place. Satellite territory of Wampa. You step on the boat, you're in sovereign state. I represent Wampa here. I'm Maximum Law. He draws himself up, proudly setting his hands on his hips. The Maximum Law, yo. You got a tech problem. Boom, I solved it. You need software. Boom, done. But don't waste my time. So you got any business in Wampa right now? If not, keep moving. That is an amazingly ostentatious holosign you've got. Yo, Maximum Law looks up at the gigantic blue-white letters with deep satisfaction. It's pretty, boss. Yeah, pretty, boss. Damn right. He gives you a virile nod. You're a guy who appreciates the good stuff. I like that. Half of Hio gets its juice from the pirate tap on a big Mitsuhama DC cable under the river. Mitsuhama's like. His voice winds up into a mocking whine. Oh, let's run 2 million volts from the cold fusion plant to the island. Under the river. Those slum monkeys can't tap an underwater cable. Idiots. You know who built the tap that pulls electricity off that cable? Wampa. You know those whose barges hold the transformer? Mine. Maximum Law thrusts his fist high into the air, in silent victory. Cheap power for all, and a whole lot of extra for me. Behold the lighthouse. Of boom. Why are you wearing VR goggles? It's not VR, it's augmented reality. We're pioneering it. Little cameras, matrix overlays. I can support a 3-dimensional HUD and sub-windows with live multiple feeds. I've got a command shell open right now. I'm networking with 5 guys. Law taps his goggles. Wave of the future. Augmented reality. I hear a lot of corps are experimenting with it, but not in such a socially invasive way. Yeah, Shiawase, Fushi, Renraku, a couple of others. Law waves his hand dismissively. Some of us took a look at what they're doing. Their whole approach is flawed. They won't get anywhere. You guys looked at everything multiple megacorps are doing. Yup, corps can't think like us. They're paper tigers. Inside all that money and organization, their systems run by idiots. Their coders lack perspective, no complexity of thinking. The system prevents it. Law says it with supreme confidence, a statement of perfect fact. Boom. Looks like you've got some dangerously exposed wires over there. Yo, what are you, my mother? Law regards you with skeptical disgust. These wires are fine where they are, high and dry. They're only a problem for someone who does something stupid. I'm running a high bandwidth tech operation. Do I look like I have time to tape copper and sip tea? No, I don't. Law wraps his knuckles fiercely on a clear topped case full of buses, cables, and cable harnesses. These are the only wires you need to think about. Tell me about Wampo. We're pretty much the best, yo. What do you want to know? Law folds his arms impatiently, as if he's irritated by your request, but he can't quite stifle a proud grin. Just tell me about the tribe, generally. Who are you guys? Law smirks. You really are new to Kong, aren't you? We're the Neo Matrix Collective. We're on the Hong Kong Data Haven and the Kong Shadow Nets. We are the Kong Shadow Nets. Outside the corporate net is the rest of the Kong. And in those shadows you will find threads of golden light, like a vast spiderweb that carry information. Those golden threads and that web is Wampo. Law gives a curt, virile nod. My buddy Redstorm wrote that. Pretty wicked, huh? Anyway, we're bleeding edge on the path to the singularity. We're doing things no one else is doing. Anyway, except maybe Denver or Tokyo. Our homeland is the Matrix, and we're building a society of truth and expertise and information. You seem very outspoken. Less modest than many Hong Kongers. Is that tribal? I'm more outspoken, yo. I don't need meat space rituals. Modesty is inefficient. He shrugs dismissively. Is that the Wampo thing? For those of us who are most dialed, maybe. We're post-cultural. Law sweeps his hand around, gesturing at his surroundings. I hardly see any of this meat space. Our meat space headquarters is a big 20th century ship that's totally awesome. Whatever, it's just meat space. Wampo is bleeding edge on the path to becoming the singularity. Oh, I already read that. What's a Wampo doing on Kindly's turf? Are you a liaison? What am I doing here? Law seems shocked at the question. I'm an ambassador, a broker of Wampo's services to Hiari. Investors like me are all over the Kong, trying it together in an invisible network. Wampoans are coders and deckers for criminals, is that right? We do tech for anyone in the Kong, outside the corporate umbrellas. Anyone can use our networks, if they pass our vetting and can pay for what we bring. Law speaks without a shred of irony. It's mostly the extra legal elements that needs our skills. So you work with Kindly, doing tech for the Yellow Lotus. Well, I do some work directly with Kindly, but my focus is more the street level. We're all part of a big machine, each piece playing its critical role. As is so with any highly evolved machine. Exactly, that's why nobody messes with Wampo. Boom. But Wampo provide any technical services for Hong Kong's poor. Sure we do. We're on pirate networks. Our services are way more than just ordinary people want, though. You can get prepaid bandwidth with a corporate carrier for fractions of a new yen. But you're selling your soul. They monitor it. If you want to operate unmonitored by corporate algorithm, you've got to fly through the Wampo network. It's the only place to be. I understand someone's killing your elders. His face goes grim. A red light blinks on the VR goggles. A lens whirs quietly, focused on you. He grinds his teeth audibly, radiating nervousness and intensity. Yeah, shit's crazy. Full on medieval. I can't talk about it. It's tribal matter. Controlled information, right? We're gonna solve it. That's all outsiders need to know. Actually, I've been contracted to help the elders stop the murders. Well, really? We're pulling in outsiders. He shakes his head in disbelief. Well, I should have seen that coming. What the hell are you doing here? Go to the garden and help stop that shit. Then come back and tell me what's going on. Everybody's guessing. The elders are being quiet and the rumor hub is going crazy. Outsiders don't understand us. Maybe you can, if you're really smart. We're in a whole different world than most people. Like I'm seeing 3 streaming videos and a live network stats on my goggles right now. Time's wasting, Dystopia. Law kicks one of the bins at his feet. The sea of electronic parts within it rattles loudly. You want to buy something? Simpson's ship. Found this while poking around in the walled city. Worth anything? He scans the ship casing with the handheld optical reader. Yo, that shit's banned. Lifted off some Yellow Lotus. They traffic this stuff. Delimited the sim chips. Full sensory experiences. You looking for a buyer? I can make it happen. How's 120 sound? Sure, take it. I hope it finds a good home. Well, yeah, I'll sample it first. But these calhots can send you for a trip. Don't worry, I can handle my sims. I'm here for tech. Show me what you got. So that has 4 programs, 2 ESPs. See you later, Law. Yeah, whatever. No cyberdeck on the back. Smooth jazz drifts from cheap speakers on his barge. A wide array of worn-down drones litter the battered deck. Most are utility and domestic types, but a few, cordoned off from the others, are low-end security models. The salesman smiles indulgently at you, a tall, lanky human of clear Cantonese ancestry. He is wearing a cheap suit and limply clutching a small cigarillo. He adjusts his tie with exaggerated nonchalance, languid, ostentatious, like an American casino promoter. Hey there, beautiful. Welcome to our little floating heaven. You've got a discerning look to you. What brings you to the Reliable Matthews Robot Bazaar? He taps Ash over a bulky cleaning drone beside him, not waiting for an answer. He continues, perhaps you're looking for a hexacopter as a guide to Hong Kong, or a little handheld tarantular beauty to brew your tea. You're Reliable Matthew? That's right, Reliable Matthew Shum at your service. He extends his hands to shake. The odors of peach-scented moisturizers and stale tobacco smoke wash over you. How about it? Bow politely. Good day, I'm here to shop. I don't want to take up your valuable time. Matthew hastily pulls his hand back and bows a little awkwardly. Well, hey, beautiful. I didn't expect such formality, especially from a newcomer to our lovely shores. You've got some class, friend. Well, now that we're acquainted, maybe I can brighten up your day a bit. What's on your robot list? Are you calling me beautiful? You know it, beautiful. I hope I don't offend. I just can't help it. To me, everybody's beautiful, baby. Okay then. What can I say? I can't hold back. It's just such a great world. I'm interested in your combat models. Reliable Matthew looks over his shoulder at the security drones, some heavily cannibalized, in the corner of the yard. He turns back to you with a nervous smile. Funny you should ask. I've just gotten a Doberman that I'm selling at an incredible bargain price. Shall we take a look? Incredible bargains, huh? They fall off the back of a truck? Are you implying that they're stolen? If so, you're mistaken. He smiles indulgently, as if you've just said something in an alien language. This merchandise is provided only by trusted suppliers, who certify the authenticity of the workability of their goods. I don't furnish manufacturer's certificates, but all the providers are really top-shelf guys, really beautiful people. Otherwise, I wouldn't carry their drones. Where do these trusted suppliers get them? Where do fans, prawns, and soy chips come from? Or Lucy's lovely textiles? Or the electricity for the lights? Reliable Matthew sweeps his arm expensively at the heavens, trailing a stream of blue cigarillo smoke. Where do we get this glorious bluebird sky? Matthew takes a big breath, staring rapturiously at the grey clouds. He looks back down at you. His expression goes flat. He shrugs limply and speaks in monotone for a moment. They're smugglers and fences. I don't know where they get their drones. Can I be a supplier if I have a spare drone? Well, it's a very exclusive process. You need to be a member of the community in good standing, have good references, and pass a background check. He smiles widely. His eyes seems to twitch over you nervously. Or if all you have is the drone, I can work with you. A lot cooler drones in the third game. As you approach the small landing, you see three men, two elders and a young man, hunched over a go-board. The juxtaposition of the two white-bearded men and the black-haired man is almost comical. Together, the three resemble the small black and white stones of their game. Despite the variety of ambient distractions, the three men remains acutely focused on the game. One of the elders, a round-faced man with a beatific smile, carefully picks up a black stone and places it on a board. His opponent snorts, and a small smile flashes across his long face. Almost carelessly, he snatches a white stone and deposits it on the board. The smiling man groans, and the long-faced one proceeds to collect several black pieces off the board. Ah, you got me there, Jin. He laughs, a pleasant, full sound. As it trails off, he spots you watching the game. A broad smile brightens his cheek. Why, hello there, young man. Something you need? The long-faced man gives you a cursory look and continues to collect black stones. Just a gawker, Shu. It's your turn. The name's Dystopia. Got a second to answer a question or two? Shu nods. I could use a short break. How about you, Jin? Jin sighs, shoulders slumping forward. After a moment of scowling, he reluctantly speaks. Fine, a short break. The two elders turn towards the younger man. He looks to be in his early 30s, but it's difficult to tell. The skin on his face is smooth and supple, but with only the suggestions of creases at the eyes, mouth, and forehead. But small gestures, a blink, a flare of his nostrils, briefly reveals the lines on his face. The man's eyes rise from the go board and study the elders. He nods. I've been hearing about strange dreams here in the Hioi. Have you had any nightmares recently? The three men exchange looks. Shui turns to you. What a coincidence. Wasn't but an hour ago that we were all discussing that very thing. We have been having bad dreams, every one of us. Interesting. You mind sharing? Jin shakes his head and crosses his arms. What makes you think we'd be comfortable sharing our dreams with a complete stranger? Seems like a good way to get ourselves in trouble. Especially with what your kids can do with the Matrix you all love so much. He turns his head, pretends to spit. Pah. Shui waves his hand dismissively at Jin. Don't mind him, he's always been a poor sport. But he raises a good point. Some of our dreams contain information best left private, just as yours do, I'm sure. Having just met, how can we be sure that you'll respect our personal information? I'll tell you, the young man's voice cuts through the din like a razor, and the elders fall silent. He turns to you and he locks his eyes, dark orbs that burn with piercing scrutiny, onto yours. He nods and returns his gaze to the go board. I believe you're trustworthy. Please, Dystopia, make yourself comfortable. I'll share my dream with you. I appreciate it. Go ahead. He exhales slowly, then begins speaking. I dreamed of a long, dingy hall. When faced with such a thing, one generally walks its length. So I lifted my right foot and placed it in front of me. But upon taking that first step, I found myself instead drawn down an alleyway to my left. It wasn't there before, this alley. It appeared only as I began to walk. As I moved down the alley, I found myself surrounded by friends and loved ones. They all stood there, silently watching me, with smiles on their faces. And as I passed each one of them, they fell to the ground in my wake, dropping like puppets with severed strings. Somehow, I knew that if I followed this road to them, I could have everything I'd ever dreamed of. But I woke before I could reach it. He folds his hands in his lap. There's a moment of silence before Shuri speaks up. The roseness of cheeks having drained away, I too saw the long hall. My own experience was different, however. The hall was far off in the distance, and I was looking down on it from a strange angle, as though I were perched on a wall high above. He pauses and looks at you. You know, young man, Dystopia, you look very much like the person I saw walking that hall. He moved steadily down the path, walking at an even pace, and just behind him, a great and terrible shadow followed. Of course, I didn't have the best view up there, or on that wall, or whatever it was. It could have been anyone. Perhaps this old mind of mine is seeing your face now, and misremembering the dream. He lets out a chuckle, and a small flush of red returns to his cheek. He looks over at Jin. Alright, Jin, go ahead. Jin broods in his corner, arms crossed and jaw set. I changed my mind. I don't want to share my dream. Nonsense. Master Lau and I have both told him our dreams. And now it's your turn. Jin sticks out his lower lip. No. I don't want to force you to anything. He holds his palm up towards you and looks at Shure. See, straight from the horse's mouth. I don't have to. Jin. Lau's voice is firm but soft. This is important. Jin's mouth opens and closes like a gasping fish. But as he looks at Lau, his body relaxes and the sadness seems to take hold of his features. All right. But don't go repeating any of this, you hear me? He takes in a deep breath and slowly releases, folds his hands in his lap. My dream began as a nightmare. I dreamed of the failures and mistakes that I've made throughout my life, the people I've let down, the competitors I've crushed. the wife who died in hospice without me. I dreamed of the family that I abandoned. A change comes over him. His eyes brighten, and he continues energetically. But then I dreamed of the walled city. I stood before it, and its door opened to me. And when I passed inside, all of my guilt fell away. It was as though the city had absolved me. I had washed away my guilt, and I remember feeling happy. As his remembrance ends, so does his lightened mood. His face shrinks into a pout, and he stares grumpily at the ground. There, I did it. You happy? Loud nods slowly. Thank you, Jim. You have my thanks, too. Yeah. Now can we change the subject? My ulcer's acting up. I'm guessing you've been around these parts longer than I have. Is this sort of thing normal? If it were normal, we wouldn't be huddled around discussing them in whispers now, would we? Enough of that, Jin. Dystopia here asked in earnest for our advice. He deserves a proper response. Shui gives you a gentle smile. Please forgive our friend. Bitter years have left him suspicious of others. The answer to your question is no. Upsetting dreams have never been uncommon in Heioi, but these recent visitations have been different. They've been darker, more vivid, stronger than normal dreams. Last night I felt consumed by the sense that something was coming, while my friends here felt a sense of relief and excitement as their dreams ended. I felt as though I were sitting on the precipice of some vast and terrible chasm, with the void yawning beneath my feet. Suddenly his cheek flush. He thinks twice, then looks away. But perhaps these are just ramblings of an old man. Please forgive me. He scratches his nose, embarrassed. You speak wisely, Shui. It is foolish to embrace a thing that you do not understand. What Jin and I saw in our dreams was alluring, but so is the light to a moth. Your instincts are still strong and sharp, my old friend. It is wise of you to trust them. Shui bows deeply, his eyes to the ground. Thank you. I can only hope these dreams do lead to something beautiful. There's already enough deception in this world. Jin grins loudly. Can we get back to the game now? I've got to head out too. Of course, take care, Dystopia. And if you find some time on your hands, you're always welcome to our gaming table. Thanks. Good luck with your game. Appreciate you, young man. We'll be seeing you. Parlor of Five Faces. A mild scent, sweet and slightly herbal, is the first thing you notice upon entering the old shop. Its quarters are cramped, made smaller by the display cases, and furniture packed inside. The walls are lined with bookshelves, and the table and chairs are stacked with old tomes. A few titles jump out at you. Lucid Dreaming, An Exploration of the Inner Self, Dream Logic, Nocturnal Visitations. Overall, the place feels lived in, if disorganized. Not quite cluttered, but close. Milling at the front of the store is the shopkeeper, lost in a book of her own. She's tall for a human, probably close to 2 meters in height. Her physique is typical bookworm, not overweight, but you can't see any muscular definition either. A wraparound tattoo covers her upper arm and shoulders, but from here, where you're standing, you can't quite make it out. She fidgets. Gradually, her eyes rise from her book and lock onto you. Welcome, don't believe I've seen you before. She sets down her book and sweeps a strand of black and pink hair behind her ear. Name's Crafty. Dystopia, nice to meet you. She shakes your hand. Her grip is surprisingly firm. So Dystopia, what can I do for you? I've got spells, alchemical reagents, foci, whatever you want, really. Might have to do some digging to find it, but if it's magical, it's around here somewhere. Say Crafty, have you had any vivid dreams lately? Her face is unreadable. Her eyes lock onto yours. As a matter of fact, I have Dystopia, but we all get the occasional vivid dream. Nothing special here. Gestures to the books on the tabletop. Really? Then why are you reading up on them? She flicks her wrist dismissively. Sure, it's a little weird that we're having them, but these types of dreams are common in the walled city. Nothing to get all worked up about, probably. Strange, I met someone the other day who said that too. She nods. Anyone who's familiar with the walled city would know that, but most people don't go out of their way to find out. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and the magical phenomenon within, so I grew up with stories about the city, the recurrent, creepy dreams being one of them. She nods, common as the cold. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and the magical phenomenon within, so I grew up with stories about the city, the recurrent, creepy dreams being one of them. I've never been inside the walled city myself, but Mom went in pretty regularly and experienced the dream. Your mom sounds like an interesting person. The side of her mouth dipped into a shallow frown. Sure, she was interesting, but not praiseworthy. Is this your store or do you just work here? It's mine. I inherited it from my mom. As you can see, she generously left me all her research journals. Her words are thick with sarcasm. Mom was never a big cleaner, but neither am I. My mom used to keep spirits around that helped her manage the place. They're not here anymore, but sometimes I swear my books aren't where I last placed them. Who knows, maybe they pop by for a visit. I just wish they'd clean while they're here. What makes this store so special? It's old, respectable, built over a dragon line. She slightly tilts her head to the side. We also carry text unavailable anywhere else, but I guess for me, I'm drawn to this place by nostalgia. How do you like working here? It's a job, can't complain. What's the name of the store? It's a cultural thing. The 5 faces represents wood, earth, water, fire and metal. Some people believe they're the basis of how things function and interact in this world. You'll find it practiced all throughout China, in disciples ranging from farming to science, even music. The theory isn't common among the younger generation, but it has its uses. My mother was strongly influenced by it. In fact, our signs out front is a visual representation of the cycle of 5 faces. It was an inspiration to her. She raises a shoulder in a half shrug. I just think that it looks neat. What are you selling? Hmm, that's pretty cool. Tell me about yourself, Crafty. She raises her shoulder in a half shrug. I'm not sure where to start. What do you want to know? Is Crafty really your first name? No. A wave of nostalgia seems to pull her gaze towards the shop's front window. The name started out as a joke, actually. Back home, my mom used to call me Crafty, since the meaning is similar to my given name. I liked it because of the way it sounds. I insisted that my family called me Crafty, so it became a sort of nickname around the house. When I got older and started school in Hong Kong, I made my mom register me as Crafty, and it stuck. So what's your given name? Meow. She raises her hand to prevent you from replying. Yes, like a cat. You foreigners always make that same joke, which is why I grew up hating Meow. Call me Crafty. What do you do when you're not at work? I've been pretty crunched here at the shop, so I don't have a lot of time outside of work. But when I'm off the clock, I like to read and paint. Maybe kick back and enjoy a meal with my friends. My buddy Gobbet sometimes stop by with food. No drag racing or anything, pretty boring. You said you paint? Just for fun. I don't make any money off of it or anything like that. I just find it relaxing. She pats her arms. Design my tattoos, but that's about the extent that I take it beyond the canvas. Like to see your paintings sometime. Some of them are around the shop. You're welcome to take a look. What do you like to read? Crafty claps her hands together, and a slow smile spreads across her face. Aside from the usual, I love sitting down each morning to a tall cup of soy calf, and with the latest news stream on hand. I pop it right open to the obituaries. Makes for great reading. She smiles at you for a moment before speaking. Kidding. Well, for all you know, I tend to stray towards detective novels, maybe some suspense and horror. And when I'm not reading for leisure, I study my textbook to keep my magic sharp. I know Gobbet. Wonder if they're the same person. You know a lot of Gobbets? Her teasing resolves itself into a gentle smirk. I'm sure they're one and the same. She's a good person. We're not really close, but we have a pleasant relationship. Chatting over french fries, discussing our latest reads. You know, shallow things. How do you know her? She and Isabel got me out of a tough spot. Good, keep her by your side. Gobbet's pretty fluent in the ways of this city and the people who live here. She knows her stuff. If you stick with her, you'll find yourself in a lot less trouble than you would otherwise. Sounds fun, but I'd like to ask you something more serious note. Sure, what's on your mind? Your mother sounds like quite the mage. Did you study magic too? I sure did. Natural predisposition. She flexes her arm, or whatever. But Mom and I learned the craft differently. I went to university, and she was book taught. Mom was very old school. Her magic wasn't as applicable to everyday situation, and it was rooted in superstitions. It still worked, and well, but only for more ritualistic, ancient spells. Practical spells, like rain shields and bottomless trash cans, were outside of her repertoire. Back on topic. What else do you know about the walled city? Very little. Just that my mother spent most of her time in there, and she lifts her weight, leans onto the counter. Well, it messed her up. It's is there something specific you want to know? What can you tell me about the city? She runs a hand through her hair, exhales. Where to begin? The walled city always been a hellhole. It started a bad place. It's still a bad place. Crime's drawn to it like a magnet, and you can't enter the city without a security guard on each elbow. But not even that will guarantee you safe passage. No one famous or rich or memorable has ever come from that place, and the only thing it's known for around here is its shitty reputation. She shrugs loosely. That's about the gist of it. I've been thinking about the dreams. Can I ask you something? She nods. Go ahead. Why do you think they're affecting people outside of the walled city? It's definitely strange. Until now, I always thought the dreams were nonsense. That my mother just had night terrors because of her madness. She props her chin up with her right hand. But now it's really happening, and not just to me, to the others around Hioi. Those same psychic forces that drove Mom insane are edging into the subconscious. Lately, I've been wondering if there might have been something to her ravings. Maybe. I've been skeptical for so long, it feels almost blasphemous to consider it. Maybe the walled city's curse is real. She rubs her hand down her face, obviously frustrated. I just don't know. Maybe you can learn something from your mom's journals. That's true, but my mom's notes are scattered all over her shop. Most of her research is scrawled in the margins of the books that you see on the shelves and piles and stacks all over. The clues we'd need to figure this thing out could be in any of these volumes, and there are thousands of them. I have a bad feeling about these dreams, Crafty. If there's anything we can do to get to the bottom of them, we need to take that opportunity. She sighs, straightens up. Yeah, I know what I have to do. It's just damn. Look at them all. She tiredly looks down at the book she was reading earlier. Guess I won't be finishing this one anytime soon. Alright, Dystopia, I'm going to get started now. But it'll take time. The House of Five Faces is jammed from floor to ceiling with books, and any of them could hold valuable information. Check in once in a while and I'll share my findings with you. Sure thing, keep me updated. Enter MTR station. Travel to the Waxing Sky Tower to commit humantic sabotage. Additional runners available. In addition to your team, your fixer has access to a small network of mercenaries in the Kowloon area. The subway flies over the tracks towards Aberdeen. Monsoon humidity clings to your skin, as if it's followed you from Hioi. Or perhaps it simply sunk this far into the earth, penetrating stone and machine, rousing the acrid smells of Hong Kong's underground in its wake. You've been handed a promising job, humantic sabotage, with a single objective: disrupt the flow of Voxing Key to destabilize the corporation. Your client is especially keen on the idea of Voxing's famed geomancy being used against it, the ultimate humiliation. While the corporation's office spaces are free game, the main target is Waxing's treasured lotus statue, which resides within the temple on the topmost floor of the monolithic building. Your client's instructions are clear. The more damage you do, the worse the key, and the better the pay. The subterranean accessway opens to one of the Waxing's sky tower. Few employees, only entrances. As the only underground access point to Waxing's restricted levels, security is tight. It's unheard of for unauthorized personnel to reach the upper levels. Naturally, that's where you're headed. Goblet presses a slip of laminated plastic into your hand. A grainy black and white reproduction of your own face stares back at you. The rest of the card is filled with a barcode. She leans in to whisper into your ears. Kindly want you to have this. Spoofed credentials, fresh off the Maximum Laws card printer. This should get you past the front door. Wouldn't count on them getting us much farther, though. I guess that the client said something about other ways to bypass this check-in system inside the building, but he didn't go into specifics. She shrugs. Kindly had some choice words about that, but whatever, we'll find a way past security. Almost on cue, a sturdy Waxing security officer peers up at you from behind his desk console. Evening, sir. Swipe yourself in. He gestures to the ID scanner in front of him. Swipe your spoofed credentials. He looks at the console, then back at you. His eyebrows rise as he observes your company. You realize your credentials only allow you access through floor 10, right? It's very important that my companion come with me. The officer straightens up, caution overtaking his feature. And why is that? They've just joined my crew. I'm escorting them to a new hires meeting. If you received authorization for your crew prior to today, then you can pick up their credentials at the check-in terminal. Long as they're cleared, you're good to go. He hesitates, looking you and yours over. They are cleared, right? Definitely. Good. He waves you on your way. Be on your way then. Check in. You encounter Blocker IC. You can either attempt to hack the IC or force your way past it at the cost of additional system trays. For more details, blah blah blah. Hack the Blocker IC. Hacker Blocker IC causes 20 system trays on failure. Force your way past the Blocker IC causes 50 system tray. Okay. Shit. 41725. Nej, 4172. 3694. 3694. 9182. 91823. 77233. 77233. 4668474.
52265. 5. Fuck. 8881388131. Jesus. That shit is fucking, yeah, hard. My memory can't handle that shit. Try again. 7922. 7922. 5481. 247223. 24723. 72121. 72121. 84979. 84979. Fuck. 852921. 852921. 745927. 745927. 586394. 56. 26249393. 264. God damn it. 6848532. 64. Yeah. fuck's sake. Or did that fucker do damage to the host? Oh, that one did the same. That's fucking nasty.
Welcome to the Waxing employee check-in station. Your security override to gain administrative access. Welcome admin. Alter existing credential clearance. Permission granted. You're now able to alter the existing employment information and clearance level of the Waxing employment ID. Please select an ID to alter. Spoofed ID. A couple of wage slaves amble about their business inside the corporate locker room. The closest man to you flings a jacket into a locker, then turns towards the shower. He stops short when he catches sight of you, and his weary eyes widen in surprise. He glances behind him. Ah, good evening. He glances behind him, and assured by something, turns back towards you with a smile. I'm Charles. Haven't seen your face before. Are you new here? Not exactly. I'm an outside security consultant pulling a spot check. His back straightens immediately. All right, I learned about this in training. Please tell me, how can I help you? I'm auditioning for possible security risks. Auditing. You know of any of this part of the building? Charles runs a hand through his hair. None that I've noticed. Security is normally airtight. Even the emergency response system is on point. I've been told that they have some real high-end fire and blast systems. Doubt you'll find any security risk here. You've been selected for random screening. I'll need your ID and credentials, please. Of course. Here you go.
The guard watches you with suspicion as you approach. He seems confused, sir. Something I can help you with. Just clocking in. Give authentic employee ID. Alright, have a nice day. An oil-blotched dwarf half-heartedly scrubs at her hands above a sink. Her ragged clothing resembles a paint canvas covered in multiple hues of mechanical grime. With a slight turn of the head, she looks towards you. Need something? Your corporation. I'm here to perform a security audit for Voxing. Well, ain't that wonderful? Her voice is thick with sarcasm, but I'll opt out. Voxing's got me doing an air duct audit myself. And let me tell you, I've made some pretty upsetting discoveries. Disgusting, slimy, biohazardous discoveries. She half turns towards you and plants a gooey hand on her hip. Maybe when we're both done, we can compare findings. But right now, I've got to get this crap off of me. Good luck to you. You'll need it. You see an assortment of items scattered on the cart, but you find a badge that belongs to the maintenance worker. Please insert a Voxing employment ID identification card. Swipe heightened employee ID. Multi-personal pass accepted. Access granted. Greetings. Welcome, Mr. Sepang. Have a nice evening. The terminal emits a chirp of recognition. Everything shanks out here. Thanks. This pristine, hyper-sterilized office glistens as if every surface has been polished. Your client has requested that this area be manipulated as subtly as possible, so as not to draw attention away from the temple. The true defacement will happen there, distracting Voxing's security. Hopefully, they won't discover the disrupted key flow on this floor for weeks. The generator rests unguarded before you. A shock to the system could compromise the computer mainframe, its power. There's a passcode to overload the generator. Intelligence, biotech, drone control, drone combat, body, quickness, range, combat pistol, rifle, dodge. Charisma, conjuring, summoning, spirit control. Spellcasting. A rack of safe boxes rests against the wall. Manipulate the lock and force it open. The box pops open, revealing a few cred sticks. Whoa, okay. The fuck? Fires a beanbag round from an underslung launcher. Does 2 AP damage and embellishes target, making them easier to hit. Be right back. Light and dark balance is key to maintaining good key. Notes are stacked neatly around, ordered and clear. A number is circled several times on sheet. A prototype weapon sits locked in a stand. Its locking mechanisms are seemingly tied into the weapon's operating and safety. Forcing it could damage the weapon. Boxing Research Terminal main menu. Welcome user. Please select from the following options. Several folders appear in the second window below the first. Only a couple looks useful. Search Boxing's floor plan document. Amidst the document, a few nuggets of information stand out. A section dedicated to the boxing building's key details, the geomancy plan and renovations they've made to increase key flow. It appears that boxing's already made hundreds of minuscule and a handful of not so minuscule adjustments to its floor plan and building infrastructure. A recently updated file marks its project to add new water lines for the temple's fountain as complete. The documents end with a large list of future modifications that the company has queued for completion, all ways to improve its positive energy output. Boxing Research Terminal main menu. Read the weapons manuals and specifications. You click on the folder and a large repository of files containing Boxing's research projects pops up. One section is labeled with a symbol similar to the markings of the weapon just a few feet away from you. A quick scan of the data reveals information on the weapon and lab setup. Review the specifications to see how the weapon's locking mechanism work. Through the specifications file, you learn that the lock on the cradle are magnetized. A disruption to its current and some applied force should remove the restraints entirely. The Bloody End. This weapon has been customized with a bullet slivering chamber, creating a makeshift flechette when fired. This lowers accuracy but can cause mild to extreme bleeding in the target. Why does he have two pistols? The energy here is still largely in balance. More damage can be done. Unless the key disruption reaches fairly high levels, you won't get paid. Hold up, Dystopia. I'm not sure we should leave just yet. There's still more we can do to ruffle the key here. If we go upstairs towards the temple and are met by security, we won't have a chance to come back to this floor. Makes sense. Let's take another look around before we head upstairs. control the power settings. Looks like we've battered this place enough, Dystopia, just like our client wanted. All that's left is to trash the temple's statue, and then we can leave. We're being paid to break things, and you're suggesting that we stop while there are still plenty of things to be broken. Like that chair over there. Take a good, hard look. It's just asking to be tussled. I'm all for money, but this is some serious unsettled key. I can't predict what'll happen if we stay here and make things worse. I have a feeling we might find ourselves in a very dangerous situation. The key is becoming more and more turbulent. It has reached a point where this churning energy has physical manifestations visible in the atrium. The disruptions are working. Hey yo. Well, they look happy to see us. Yes, very happy. Negative key disruption. Ouch. Key disruption 100%. A well-dressed man steps forward, his peers staring smugly in your direction. His clothes are smart and clearly expensive, but lacks the typical padding worn by guards and thugs. A quick look at his associate reveals the same styles. Magus. Waxing Geomancer. On behalf of Waxing Inc., we've been instructed to prevent your further vandalizing of the company's property and assets. However, they were never specified how, so I vote we do this the easy way. The mage motions to you with a flick of his wrist. Leave no survivors. Ouch. Don't conserve ammo. As you reach for the elevator's control panel, you can feel the electric sensation of the key dancing across your skin. This feeling is noticeably to those not even magically attuned. The disruption here is that strong. Behind you, you trapped a turbulent key swirls inside of the iconic Sky Tower atrium. You can actually see the air around the atrium warp and ebb as the key surges and breaks against the obstacles around it, looking for a way to move, to flow, and finding none. The job is done. You have desecrated the Voxing Lotus, and in doing so, blemished the prideful face of a megacorp. Not bad for a night's work. He turns his back on the temple. I think we did a job up to the client's standard, huh? The elevator arrives at the temple. Time to duck out the back door before security can respond further. Waxing won't know what hit them. The embarrassment of their own geomantic science turned against them will sit unfavorably on the tongues of the Voxing executives, and maybe even get a few people terminated.
They'll know it wasn't just the building you battered. You sent a message. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. The change in Feng Shui should keep them spinning for months, and the complete disruption of their key and destruction of their temple will cripple the energy of this branch of the company. And with Waxings focusing on restoring their temple, it will be a long time before they discover the full extent of your assault. I needs to get paid. Stephen Dynamite. The disheveled man in filthy rags teeter on the sidewalk, wobbling on unsteady legs. His bloodshot eyes dart about desperately, and the acrid, sweet odor that wafts off of him buzzes unpleasantly in your nostrils. You okay, man? You have to help me, man. His teeth grind as his grip tightens. His hands feels like a vice. I need your help. Say the magic word first. The man yanks you closer. Your eyes are watering with his pungent proximity. Still, you notice that his tattered clothes bears designer logos. Please, take Handsome Lee a message from me. Never heard of him. Now who are you and why are you touching me? I'm Stephen Dynamite. He nods eagerly, desperation in his eyes. A sluggish tongue wipes itself over the cracked skin of his lips. Look, you've got to help me. I've been poisoned. That crap that Lee sold me put bad things in my head. Whenever I close my eyes, I see dark, narrow tunnels. So many. Hands grabbing. Razor-sharp teeth gnawing. And the children. Bad things in your head. Are you talking about hallucinations? The junkie stares into space. A faint trickle of saliva makes it way down his chin. No, not exactly. More like nightmares. They feel very real. Teeth biting. Faces, I knew. His trembling voice trails off. You know, the whole nightmare thing has been going around. It isn't just you. No, this isn't that. I'm telling you. I was poisoned. I know it. You'll help me, won't you? All right. I'll do what I can. Then tell Lee when he's done what he's done to me, what I need, relief. Tell him that I want. His sentence trails off. You've been a little vague about that, Steve. Need something in particular? I want my money back. His reedy voice wavers, but he stops and says no more. Poison, nightmares, money back, got it. Anything else? Just come back and please hurry. You watch yourself in there, or else we check your aerodynamics. It's gonna make you fly, you know. A wiry elven woman leans over the bar, propped up on one elbow. She glances back at you over her shoulders as you approach, lifting a half-empty glass to her lips. The selection here is total crap, but it's cheap. I hope you're not looking for quality, or you're gonna be really disappointed. Damn, I was hoping for some classic cocktails. The woman snorts and dips her pinky into her drink to fish out a stray gnat. If you ask real nice, I think they've got some tonic water in the fridge. Aside from that, you're as likely to get drain cleaner as you're a splash of bitter.
Even a simple Manhattan's probably beyond the means of this joint. Call me X-Flow, by the way. X-Flow regards you call me, her eyes calculating. After a few seconds, she nods. Maybe we can help each other. Nice to meet you, I'm Dystopia. I've got good eyes for people in the business, and believe me, you smell like Shadowrunners and Nguyen. Plus, everybody here's been talking about Kindly's new hired help. I'm out here for work. You need any backup? I'm available. What's your specialty? I'm what the eggheads call a mystic adept, kind of a physical adept magician. I throw spells and I can kill with a touch. I'm rarer than a unicorn, my friend. X-Flow lifts her glass, draining the last of it. Cheers. Where are you from, anyway? All over, really. Born and raised in Sydney, but ever since I was 15, I've been traveling anywhere there's work. Not a whole lot of opportunities for a street kid whose only skill relates to beating people up. I've lived in Paris, London, Vladivostok, Caracas, hell, I even spent a year in Johannesburg, but Asania is full of assholes. Your Cantonese is pretty good, I don't hear an accent. X-Flow taps the base of her neck with 2 fingers, that's because it's chipped. My only concession to cyberware, when you move around as much as I do, linguasofts pay for themselves pretty quick. They're not perfect, but they get the job done. How'd you get into this life? I grew up on the streets, running with gangs. Turns out, if you get in enough street fights and have magical potential, things just naturally express themselves. Once that happens, I realized I could charge a lot more than the protection rackets I'd been running. Besides, it's not like I know how to do anything else. I've never been to school. I'm sinless. What else am I gonna do? Panhandle for change. Shake down stuffer shacks for beer money. No thanks, mate. I'd rather live fast, hit hard, and burn out. Got any good runner stories? Runners running a hand through her hair. X-Flow leans back as she thinks. Yeah, I got a couple. There was this one time I signed on with some mercs in Eastern Europe. They had a job to do near Krasnodarsky Krai, lifting some Abkhazian military software. The plan was pretty simple. We'd halo jump from a drone on the Russian side of the border, hike in towards the Abkhazian research facility and blast our way in. The Abkhaz forces were supposed to be Matrix hotshots, but crap in ground combat. Simple, right? Dev shakes her head, eyes rolling. No plan ever survives first contact with the enemy, though. Turns out the Abkhazian army had contracted out base security to Winter Systems. We started getting cut apart before we'd even breached the first cordon. Sounds like a suicide mission. The mercs were in pretty dire straits financially. It was a do-or-die situation for them, literally. They owed too many debts, and if they couldn't deliver, they'd have been killed. So we pushed in. We were down to 5 of us by the time we got into the main facility. One of the mercs, Vaclav, was a rigger. We were hunkered down in a vehicle bay while the decker did his business, and Vaclav realized one of the APCs hadn't been properly locked down, and it was still gassed up. Came out of that base with the 30mm cannon blazing away. Our exit was down at the coast, a riverline patrol boat the mercs had on standby. It was some nervous fighting, but we managed to get out. A bit full of holes, sure, but we survived, and that's what counts, hey? See you later, X-Flow. X-Flow lifts her glass and salutes. See you. You know how to find me if you need me. Forget me already? Maybe I have. Two men in dirty synth leather jackets look up from their conversation at your approach. They both look haggard, their shoulders slump with exhaustion, and neither appears to have shaved this morning. What do you want, man? We're talking here. I'm new in town. Figured it'd pay to make all the connections I can. A grim chuckle rumbles out of him. You choose the wrong day, stranger. We're moving further downstream, and we're doing it today. There's something wrong with this place. Too many bad dreams. Yeah, what sort of bad dreams? The kind that bite. You'll see it too if you stay here long enough. The long haul and the thing in the ivory crown. I've already seen it. He licks his lips, nodding. Lots of people in town dreamed it, or something like it. From the folks I've talked to, there were a bunch of different versions from people turned away from the corridor, went down alleys, that kind of thing. I've never even set foot in the walled city before, stranger, so tell me, why the hell am I dreaming about it all of a sudden? I don't even know what the damn thing looks like on the inside. I think there's something strange going on here, something magical, and the walled city is where it's coming from. He grunts, it's a curse, nothing else it could be. Everybody knows that place is haunted, a living hell full of evil spirits and poisoned key. If you're not careful, you wind up trapped inside with the rest of the human garbage. His companion cuts in. You catch a healthy whiff of alcohol in his breath. This isn't gonna help happen to us, no way. Only the lowest of the low wind up in the walled city. So like you said, we're going further downstream. Soon as our things are packed, we're out of here. Damn right, this place is a dump anyway. Let's try our luck in Macau. To hell with this place. Best of luck then. We could say the same to you. You're staying here in Hanoi after all. Of the three of us, you're the one who's most likely to need it.
Can I make some more iced coffee? Attending a party. From kindly shame to dystopia. Subject, attending a party. Dystopia, I need you to come to the parlor. A friend and business partner of mine named Dr. Shen Yang has need of your services. Something about attending a fancy party in Repulse Bay. He was unwilling to give me the details. I think he wants to size you up himself. Raymond Black's history. From Isabel to dystopia. Subject, Raymond Black's history. Duncan asked me to do some digging on my own into Raymond's history. I guess he doesn't trust kindly Shane to give him the full story. I can't say I blame him, since he'd hide things from us if it was in her best interest to do so. So I've been poking around various corners of the Matrix, trying to dig up what I can. Most sinners leave a data trail of the size of an aircraft carrier in their wake. Working backward in time, Raymond starts out that way, but it slowly tapers away into nothingness. Sure, I can find some basic records in Seattle, power, utilities, a couple of public discussion sites he signed up for, but the further back I get, the less I find. And the craziest part of this, prior to 2032, I can't find anything at all, and that shouldn't be possible. It's like Raymond didn't exist before that. I don't know. I'm going to keep digging, but it'll take me a while. I'll let you know when I get some news worth sharing. Isabel. Opportunity. Yo, come see me if you have a chance. I have a trade opportunity. Maximum. Maximum Law. Matrix. One power integrated hub. Meet. Lost technology place. Done is what happens when I rain the fire. Ultragon Visigoths. Judge of Titans. Oh, really? Claim payment for the Waxing Sabotage run. You submit the job as finished and await a response. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. From kindly Shane to dystopia. A little bird whispered in my ears that Waxing's fortune is already falling. Their stock value dropped by 2% already. The client finds this to be an acceptable indication of your success and has forwarded payment. I've attached your cut to this email.
Three people, possibly locals, are busily hunched over, avidly discussing something beneath their breath. From the looks of them, they appear to be sailors, rough-hewn clothes stained by salt, leathery skin, and an acute awareness of being on land. You watch their feet shuffle awkwardly on the docks. Their whispers are just within earshot. Nah, I asked Crafty, and she said the same. Them dreams are bad. Think we'll lose them at sea. We're supposed to set out soon to make that delivery. What if they follow us? You see the man shudder. Don't think so. Crafty said these things is just affecting right here for now. The first sailor points to the ground. Soon as we sail, dreams will stop. Hey! The third sailor sees you and taps her friend on the shoulder. They shoot upright. One examines her fingernail, another coughs loudly and begins to hum, and the last pretends she didn't see you. But when they sense yours continued stare, the third speaks up. What are you looking at, Landy? There was a boat here with a merchant selling goods not too long ago. He leave? The three sailors suspicions turns into smirks. One snickers to herself. Merchant, he says. That crook didn't so much as leave as he was chased off by Kindly. No sales permit. Not a big loss though. The local shops have way better stuff than that small-time hustler. Why don't you look around? You'll find the shop owner here more friendly toward you now that you've gotten the okay from Kindly. Thanks for the tip. They all exchange a look. The first sailor responds. Right, and stay careful around this port. I overheard you talking about the dreams. I've had them too. You feel an uneasiness pass through the sailors. Seems anyone who comes by these parts is having them. And soon as they leave, the dreams stop. Right eerie it is. Any leads on why they're happening? We don't know much ourselves, but we've only just returned from our last delivery. But the dreams ambushed us fast enough. Hey, what about that, Crafty? The sailor turns to you. She runs the 5 faces. Smart girl. Might know a thing or two about this blight. You ask her, and she may have something more to say. Didn't mean to interrupt. See you around. The brooding tide of whispers resume as your back turns to the sailors. It's muggy out, even for Hioi in monsoon season. You pause to mop your brow. Suddenly, you feel eyes upon you. As you glance up, you meet the tranquil, searching gaze of a man half hidden in the shadows. He's wearing a crisp white tailored shirt sleeves neatly rolled, with a dark grey silk tie and smart black trousers. If he's sweating, you don't see it. The man tilts his head ever so slightly in greeting. A newcomer, welcome. He flashes you a brilliant smile. Eyes glinting with bemusement. You can just barely detect a faint trace of an accent in his voice. Handsome Lee is the name. Purveyor of enhanced sensory experiences. I can see that you've got some tales to tell. You mentioned you sold enhanced sensory experiences. Let's see what you got. I ran into someone with a message for you. Handsome Lee beckons you closer with a languid gesture. I think I can guess. Stephen Dynamite. He coolly raises an eyebrow at you. Yeah, actually, that's right. And you're his dealer? He places his hands on his heart in mock indignation. I am the inventor of much acclaimed experimental pharmaceuticals, but why split hairs? Claims that the drug you sold him is giving him horrible visions. He pauses thoughtfully. Interesting. And what does he want from me? What do you think? He wants his yen back. He straightens abruptly from his elegant slouch and just his chin out. There was absolutely nothing wrong with my latest creation. It was painstakingly designed to elevate the senses and titillate the spirit. A smooth high that I have indulged in myself. Now, if the unfortunate Stephen happens to dilute my masterpiece with other, lesser substances, I can hardly be held responsible. His tone of finality is unmistakable. You don't get it. I don't care whether your drugs work or not. I just want Steve's money. He stares at you for a long moment, then reaches into his breast pocket. With a deft motion, he pulls out a small packet and presents it to you. There is no money, not anymore. I have expenses, just as I'm sure that you do. But here, give this to Stephen with my regards. What's in the package? A freebie. It's what our dear Stephen Dynamite really wants, whether he'll admit it or not. Deliver it with my compliments. I thought that only the first hit was free. He cocks his head to the side with a wry smile. I suppose I have a soft spot for my clients when I know they're down. You're practically a charitable organization. The man smiles blandly. Quite. I got the charity for me then. I wouldn't mind a freebie myself. Lee favors you with a bright flash of his smile. Sorry, if I gave away any more product, I'll wind up a charity case myself. Be a good man and give that sample to Stephen. I can't claim that it will cure his bad dreams, but it should provide him some modicum of relief. Relief is the exact word that he used. The dealer nods sagely. I told you that I know Stephen well enough to guess when he'll be desperate for another hit. So is his addiction the entire problem? Is that why he's suffering so much? Lee shakes his head slowly. No, I'm just not surprised to hear from him now, because it was time. But I can't explain these unusual dreams he's having. Anyway, he holds the packet out towards you and gives it a shake. Take this. Give it to him. It should help him, at least in the short term. Take the drugs for Stephen Dynamite. All right, Lee. I'll take them to him. Very good. Please let me know when it goes when you're done. How it goes when you're done. A rotund, balding dwarf in a sheep suit turns to face you. Light glints from the heavy gold chain that hangs around his neck. When he speaks, the voice that greets your ears is high and nasal, and have been contorted into a rough approximation of a New York accent. Pleased to meet ya. Shane was kind enough to arrange this little sit-down between us. He extends a slab-like hand for you to shake. You can call me Dr. Shen Yang. Shake his hand. Pleased to meet you. I'm Dystopia. His grip is as soft as his palm is moist. It's like shaking hands with a boneless ham. You share a long, uncomfortable, flaccid handshake before he finally releases you. I'm looking for a little outside help on a problem I've been having. Ordinarily, I'll handle it myself, or have some of my friends see to it. But it's kind of delicate, you know? Hey, My guys been noticed before they made any headway on my problem. So I figured, hey, I hire contractors all the time. Might as well get some contractors of a different stripe. As long as you're paying. I mean, I run a little film studio, Southern Crown Films. We mostly do trid work, but we record some sims too. Maybe you've seen some of my stuff. Space Mongols from the Moon, The Flavor of Pomegranates, Ultimate Kill Squad. Can't say I've had the pleasure. Ah, too bad. I'll send some over to Shang so you can take a look. Anyway, there's this other guy in the industry, and we've been butting heads since day one. Name's Neville Ma. He runs Yellow Spring Studios. No matter what I do, I can't shut him out of the biz. He always manages to get one over on me, steal my stars. He's been running me into the ground with his show called Promises in Moonlight. The stars a girl named Penelope Wong, new talent, but the viewers have been going nuts over her. She's the show's linchpin. Hang on, I'm getting there. So about 6 months ago, Neville was out in Guangzhou for some hoity-toity party. He's on the road, probably drunk. A semi comes out of nowhere and pow, wrecks his fancy new Eurocar Westwind. Bad luck for Neville, good luck for me. I figured, hey, that's the end of him for a year. And I start planning for some new stuff he can't compete with from inside the hospital. You follow me so far? Let me guess, he found a way to compete with you from the hospital. No worse, the bastard is out of the hospital. He's back in the game, bringing out season 2 of Promises in Moonlight. I need that show off the air, one way or another, and that, my friend, is where you come in. Tough break, maybe the wreck wasn't that bad. Yeah, right, his car was totaled. No way he walked out of that wreck unscathed. I tell you, kid, he should have been in that hospital for at least 3 months, and in physical therapy a lot longer. Only took him like a week to get out. Can you freaking believe it? That kind of medical care costs top dollars. He's got a lot of money, but not that much. Recovery time like that means that one of the two things is going on. Neville could have found himself a silent partner, someone willing to pay top dollar for cutting-edge care. I don't think it's likely, but it could have happened. If it ain't that, the smart money says that he's been skimming off the top of Yellow Spring's earnings and not reporting it to the other shareholders. And you want me to look into that, I take it. I need you to go get me something to blackmail Neville with. Find out how he could afford to get out of hospital so fast. He works out of his penthouse most days. So search his computer, closet, sock drawer, wherever. There's got to be something incriminating in there. Where is this penthouse? Neville lives in Repulse Bay. It's this real swanky joint in the south end of Hong Kong Island, by the bay with the same name. I haven't been able to get anyone in to poke around his apartment because the security is too tight. Like a few though, Neville's throwing a party on a mezzanine level, on the mezzanine level with all the shops and the restaurant and balcony and such. He's celebrating the second season launch of his show and everybody's gonna be there. Gonna make a real snore for the building security. You might also want to hit up the party if you can bluff your way in. Everyone close to Neville will be there, and most of them will be 3 sheets to the wind by the time you get there. Some discreet questioning might get me the dirt that I need. Just remember, if you go to the party, don't use your real name. Go with Argyle. Should be safe enough. There's nobody in the biz out here with that name, so nobody will ask any questions about how the work's going. Hit the apartment, hit the party, dig up blackmail information on Neville. Sounds easy enough. He nods vigorously. Oh yeah, Shang talked you up when I approached her with the job. Given what she told me, this job should be cake. Now the blackmail material is what I need more than anything. But if you can get Penelope Wong out of her contract, I'll pay you extra. Got it. I want that star power on my side. One last thing. I don't want you starting a scene while you're there. You interrupt this party, make a mess, or trash his apartment, and I'm not paying you. We're clear on that? We're clear. Good. I can't have Ma knowing that I'm after him. In my business, everybody's got dirty tricks, but if you make it public, you're using them. Dr. Shen Yang draws a finger across his throat. That's it. My career is as dead as the People's Republic of China. Nobody will work for or with me ever again, so don't embarrass me, hey? No mess, no guns, got it. Oh, you can pack heat, just don't kill anybody at the party or in Ma's apartment. You gotta fight, you find somewhere else to do it. If security gets on you, do what you gotta. I'd rather explain a few bullet holes than a pile of dead Shadowrunners, got me? Yeah, I got it. Good, if you pull this off, I'll recommend you to my friends too. Sounds like we have a deal then. He's green widens, good man, that's what I like to hear. When you're done, drop Shang a line. I'll come meet you back here and I'll hand over the money. Stephen Dynamite lolls on the sidewalk, while he yerks less as he moves. His skin has taken on a grey hue, and his chest heaves with each laboured breath. His sunken eyes swivel towards you. He wets his parched lip and addresses you. Hello, I'm relieved to see you. Thought you might not return. Can't trust anyone. This is a bad place. You're kidding. I said I'll be back, and here I am. The junkie slumps in place, furrows his brow. He responds with difficulty. Anyway, thanks for talking to that little bastard for me. So you got my money? Lee didn't have your money. He gave me this to pass off to you instead. The junkie's eyes light up and the sight of the package from Handsome Lee. Oh ho. Maybe kicking the habit would be a better idea. It's practically ruined you, man. The man chuckles softly. It's pure circumstantial that I picked drugs as my escape. I just seek out another dependency, so I might as well take Lee's free hit packet, please. Hey, you can do whatever you want. I'm not here to judge you. The junkie's trembling hand shoots out, his fingers curling and uncurling. Hand over the drugs. It's your funeral. He eagerly snatches the packet of bliss from your hands. His eyes light up with excitement. Before you take that, I want to ask you about these dreams. He looks up at you, suddenly suspicious. You want to ask about my dreams? Why? Because I've been having bad dreams too. Maybe we can get to the bottom of them together. He stares you in the eyes, and his voice drops to a sharp whisper. These aren't like ordinary dreams. They're visions. They're so real. I've put all kinds of substances into my body, and I've never experienced anything like this. You were practically raving the last time we talked. Explain your dreams to me again, clearly this time. He nods, though his tongue stumbles and stalls as he speaks. I'm walking through a series of dark, narrow halls. It stinks to high heaven, and I run into more and more people as I move forward. The people are jostling me. But I'm starving, like I haven't eaten for days. I just want some food, so I press on. I start seeing children in the crowd, children with terrible burns, disfigured faces. All these people are grabbing at me. He begins to tremble from head to foot, and his eyes bulge. Then I see the teeth all around me. I feel the teeth on me. Bathed in sweat from the effort of speaking, he cradles his head in his arms. You must know that the drugs are making these nightmares worse, right? So why you take so many of them? The Yankee gives a weird smile. Because I need them. I used to get my kicks from explosives. I love blowing up stuff, seeing glass splintering, solid walls disintegrating, flames licking the sky. Not anymore. Now I stick to needles and pills. Hang on, you blew up stuff. I was a bomb maker. I designed custom ordnance. It was a dream job. Plus it was very lucrative. He rubs his thumb and forefinger together, then snaps. Megacorps couldn't get enough of the devices I invented. I was too high on my own ego to wonder what they were up to. What were the Megacorps doing then? They were fueling wars. They often managed to sell to both sides in the conflict, all over the world. Casualties be damned. There's nothing new. War profiteering is as old as war itself. The junkie's face assumes an ashen hue, and the corners of his mouth pull downward. Yes, war. I thought my bombs were used in wars against militias, mercenaries, normies, and I didn't think of them as people. But the weapon I developed got used against civilian targets. The man starts digging his rough fingernails into his palm so hard that tiny crescents of blood stains his palms. I'm from Guizhou. Sichuan has taken over much of the province, but pockets of resistance remain. These are big political struggles, actions removed from the lives of ordinary people. Yet the village where I grew up in Guizhou was annihilated. These were tobacco farmers, winemakers, peasants, not military. Tears leak from the man's eyes, tracing narrow lines down his filthy cheeks. I recognized the distinctive patterns, the traces that were left behind. These were my bombs, used to shatter the landscape of my childhood. Okay, Steve, I think I'm getting what's going on here. I guess that I must be feeling guilty about the bombs, huh? All of the blood on my hands. I can feel it all the time. I just like bombs. Didn't know anyone to get hurt. Didn't want anyone to get hurt. He clutches his face, sobbing. How am I ever going to make this go away? How will I live with myself? The drugs help me forget, but he shakes his head and look of utter hopelessness on his face. For starters, you can stop wallowing in self-pity. That'll probably help. The man runs his unsteady hands through his hair repeatedly. I can't just stop caring. What I was involved with, what I'm still complicit in, is so terrible. He seizes two fistfuls of hair and yanks, cursing and muttering. What's done is done. Pulling your hair out over it isn't gonna help anything. The junkie relaxes his hands. His matted hair, where he was tugging, sticks out in ugly tufts. Sobs rack his wasted frame. I just wish it were different. I'm pretty sure you could find an alternative if you tried. What alternative? I can't think of anything. Well, you can start by helping some kids or stealing your bomb schematics back. Helping kids, stealing my... The junkie sways mutely in place, gnawing on his chapped lower lip. I wouldn't know where to begin. Need time to think. Children of the future, man. Find a charitable organization and put in some hours for starters. The man lowers himself into a squat and hugs his knees. His gaze somewhat absent and his cheeks glazed with tears. There are a couple of shelters where I used to crash when I was less down and out than I am now. There were lots of families. I could help out. The man pauses, licking his lips, his mouth feeling like the right words. But in the end, I'll probably need to go home to Guizhou when I can bring myself to. I'll tell you what, I'll think about it. He nods eagerly. I'll think real hard. Thinking about it isn't going to be enough. You need to do something. Yeah, I will. His face fills up with something you hadn't seen there before. Determination. I will, I promise. Okay, let's pick up some health supplies. I'll take that V8 engine and a box of chocolates. Ambrose burst into laughter. I like you. You got good taste, but that engine is family. Seriously, what do you want? Well, fuck. Head to the outskirts of Tai Po to loot the dig site and museum for Mr. Drake. Okay, X-Low costs cash. This job is a golden opportunity in more ways than one. A raid of the In Development Museum, the Emperor's Tomb. The museum's claims to fame is its location. It rests on top of ancient catacombs, where an excavation is underway to convert them into the museum proper. Intel has it that the workers are dying. Not from on-site accidents, but from medical disturbances in the area. Despite the hazard, development continues. Your client, Mr. Drake, contacted you to retrieve 2 tomes. Probably ancient, magical, priceless, but it won't be a smash in the park. You have to get to the tomes before they're catalogued, where they'll afterwards be near impossible to access. As you near the museum, its height and grandeur looms unsettlingly over you. Even unfinished, it's reached an imposing size. At least that means it has plenty of room for pricey antiques. The best part, Mr. Drake needs this run to look unprofessional. Shattered glass and looting is encouraged. Drone BNR kit. Rector has designed this tuning kit to remotely adjust Koshei's constants from afar. Yeah, okay. Too bad I can't equip this on him. Quite a lot stronger. Entry worked just like Drake said. You creep into the dark, unfinished sight. Your comlinks click in your ear, connecting a call. Good. Now I'll be appraising that what you see as you go through this floor. Grab the best stuff, and my alarm suppression should keep you afloat. Just don't get too ballsy. If the books haven't been catalogued yet, they'll still be in the basement, the tube. I'll be in touch. The earpiece clicks off. Call disconnected. He didn't even stay on the line long enough for you to get a word in. Your team powers up the nearby generator. Work lights along the new marble flooring steeply flickers to life. Everyone surveys the site. You know, I've always wanted to do something like this. What? These artifacts have all been stolen from the earth. So now we get to teach a lesson to the man who's excavating it. That these were never truly his. There's an error in your logic of it. We're being paid to steal the same artifacts, putting our client in the same position. These objects don't belong to him either. Oh, he'll get what he deserves too. Objects like this are too bright to remain in some vault or display case. More thieves will be drawn to them, like moths to a diode. I'm just excited to be part of the cycle. The terminal is powered off. The bookshelf is made from your standard stained wood. It's filled with books by famous poets, both English and Chinese. Look at the books. You find several books that aren't organized properly, and they don't appear to be poetry. Removing the books and thumbing through them reveals nothing else unusual. Welcome, Lao Shang. Please input your password to log in. Bypass the login system. A section of the OS has security hole that lets you bypass the password without cracking it by spoofing the user credential. Access to office rooms control. Select the menu option, restricted access, Lao Shang. Time to bypass the password. It's no use, the section of the OS is secure enough to prevent bypass. Turn to root menu. Access to the file system. Business-related files fill the sub-menu, most of them about contracts, construction plans, and financial projections. Among the files are several saved emails. 3 of the most recent ones stand out. Open. Museum details. Lao Zheng to Xiao and Shan Construction Company. Read. Museum details. Xiao. Per our previous discussion, I've attached to this email the revised museum blueprints. The prints outline various changes to the structure and building materials that need to be implemented as soon as possible. Some backtracking may be necessary, but it will cut supply and building cost by over 13% without compromising the museum's size and grandeur. I know you're against it, but production output will have to increase in order to meet our end of the year unveiling. I'll leave it up to you to figure out the details, but if I find that you and your team are slacking off again, more cuts will be made. As to the loss of your worker, Mr. Fay, I offer you my condolences. However, we both know construction is dangerous work and accidents are commonplace. You can look at this as an opportunity to hire someone more competent and who won't get themselves killed. On-site accident. Melissa Sang to Lao Sheng. On-site accident. Sheng, I processed your information request yesterday morning. Give a persuasive pittance. The family agreed to forego public retribution regarding the loss of Mr. Qian Fei. Mr. Fei is the fourth laborer lost to hazardous working conditions. Public image is very important to the corporation, and it's unlikely another transgression will go unnoticed. As your lawyer, I must advise you to double down on your construction safety protocols or to seek an alternative to monetary bribes. Money will buy silence in the short term, but we ultimately want a more permanent solution. I'll forward you the contact information of a Gan Xian founded organization that can assist you with such matters. Retracting investment. Lao Sheng to Marcus Ping, retracting investment. Dear Mr. Ping, I can assure you that the recent rumors regarding construction infractions, worker fatalities and malpractice are all untrue. Complete fiction invented by the local gossip circuits to stir up trouble for hard-working men like myself. I've taken every possible precaution with this museum and I've spared no expenses. Should you need proof, I'll send you my lawyer's contact information. I promise you'll find no infractions filed against me or Ganshan Enterprises. Your investment is sound. Remote building controls. Remote building controls offline. Reason. Network connectivity unavailable. At a painting with a plaque beneath it, it reads, The Lady of Shalott, 1888. It's the whole thing. screw it then. Do not enter. I think I will. Check in. You see that? Yes, I see that. What the hell was that? Yeah. Where the fuck did I go? Preternatural corpse. quit it with your fucking... minus AP. God damn it. Yeah, I've been stun locked, that's fun. God damn it. Just die. I need to remember the fucking unholster thing. So I don't get ambushed like that. You're coming in Crackles. You got the books, great. Next you need to head upstairs so I can wipe the security data. Then you're home free. I got it. Security room's at the top of the stairs leading back onto the museum floor. I click in your comlink and he's gone again. A cadaverous husk materializes in front of you, unfolding like a flower with nothingness into being. It stands with surprisingly upright posture, and you can see that its robes were once of fine quality. It raises a hand to block your path. Stop! The thing's voice comes out in a hollow rasp. Something about it feels empty. It seems you can move freely through this realm, coming and going, taking what is not yours. What do you want? Ah, a man of action, good. The creature nods at you, its teeth gleaming. I want out of this tomb. I must free myself from this place, but I cannot leave. My soul is bound to these catacombs. chained to the bones of a life that I no longer possess. So you think I can get you out of here somehow? You can, slowly, painfully. The mummy inclines its head. It reaches into the folds of its robes and produces a ring of fired porcelain. The creatures extend its arm, pretending the object is an offering. Take this talisman and place it among the other artifacts you have removed. Once you have moved it beyond the binding threshold of this excavation, I will be free. I don't think so. You're staying here. Emperor's Sword. The terminal is powered off. This is the one. Flip the switch on the bottom right, then plug in my data chip. The script will doctor the security log so we can sneak you out. Turn on the terminal and plug in Drake's data card. It's executing now. There's a pause. You can hear him clicking his tongue like a metronome. And done. Get out of there. Buckle up. Oh shit, no health left. familiar voice pipes up in your communicator. Change your plans. Search those bodies for a key fob. We'll need it to access the side door. What side door? In the lobby. My program didn't work as well as I'd expected. I've been monitoring the exits on my camera, and the HKPF have the front locked down. Since you can't go out of the front now, you've got to exit on the outer side. That key will give you get you through the locked side door, which will take you out to the east service exit. Just to be safe. Yep. Jesus. Yeah, being ambushed like that in the open fucking hurts a lot. Your adrenaline wanes as you fly through the subway tunnels on your way back to Hawaii. There isn't much left to do but pick the shards of glass off your clothes and congratulate yourself on one hell of a run. It's just too bad you couldn't keep the looted antiquities. By the end, you'd managed to steal over 5,000 yen worth of items for your client. A number that will hopefully be reflected in your mission pay. The damage you caused will likely set the museum development back even further. Not enough to cripple the project, just enough to send a message. But at the end of the day, you still managed to break a lot of exhibits. This place and even the faces of the few tomb crawlers, the presence of which had conveniently slipped Drake's mind. Surprises aside, you came out on top, and thanks to some quick thinking on Drake's part, you got the books and got out. Ambrose looks up from what appears to be a housework drone on the operating table. Scrub up and get me the defibrillator paddles, Dystopia. I'm installing some headers on this guy's liver, and now we're going to shock him back to life. Ambrose burst into laughter. But seriously, hand me the lube. What can I do for you today? Have you been having dreams, Ambrose? Nightmares? Nightmares? Hell, Dystopia, that's my life. I curl up with a bottle of vodka and a handful of pills every night. But you mean the toothy hunting horror dream? Yeah, I've been having it. Shit, it's just one more nightmare. Ambrose drops his voice and leans forward a little in his wheelchair. Let me tell you, though, I've been doing a brisk business in sleep aids. Just today, someone asked me for some ketamine. Ketamine? That stuff is a horse tranquilizer. What the hell made them think of that? Can you think of any medical reasons we'd all be having the same nightmare? Nope. Even if we were all doing something similar, intensively, it shouldn't happen. Our experiences are too different. I've heard of mages and shamans who are somehow connecting to each other, sharing dreams, but that's all. Ambrose waves his hand dismissively. Hell, what do I know? I'm not a doctor. I'm just a guy who subscribes to psychological modernista. If you want to know about dreams, ask Crafty. My former diagnosis is that something fucking weird is going on. Can I have some ketamine? Hell no. If I had ketamine, I'd take it myself, he chuckles. But seriously, it's not something that's good to self-prescribe. You eat a bunch of ketamine, it's not going to make you feel well rested. Thanks, Ambrose. You were a Hong Kong Shadowrunner. I was. He looks down at the remnant of his body, scarred and dismembered. I sure don't look much like one now. Ambrose yawns and stretches, straining his leg stump and scarred arm in opposite direction. Man, that feels good. So there's a particular way to this kind of conversation goes. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I presume we share useful intelligence, washed off incriminating data. That's a damn fine idea. Listen, I'm circumspect about my past, and you're a new, active runner, so I don't want to know any of your stories. It's only a liability to me. Ambrose props himself up painfully and leans forward a little. His living eye has an intelligent gleam to it. So let's make this conversation useful. I'll cut the BS and give you some down low on Hong Kong from an expat runner's perspective. In return, you don't dig for my job list. Deal. Deal. Rock solid. Hong Kong's a little lily pad for a derby crasher like yourself, Dystopia. The shadows are deep, the money flows, it's friendly to foreigners, and there's no real government. The whole place is run by corporations and syndicates. However, as fresh meat off the boat, you've got to decide who you want to be. Foreign runners follow 3 career paths in the Kong. They assimilate, they burn their bridges, and get out fast, or they die. If you're a short-timer, you can be as violent and splashy as you want, but a Waldo arm swings over his shoulder and points empathically at you with its claw. If you're in for a long haul, learn the local arts, discretion, restraint, respect. Get that long-term face, and don't embarrass people. The Hong Kong shadows grind through expendable runners who are loaded up with bad face and then dumped in Victoria Harbour. So whatever you do, watch your back. Anything you can do to mitigate the risk? Just keep your head on a swivel. If you're only planning to be here for a couple of months and then vanish, cash in big. But if you want to live life here, you've got to play by the rules. The other thing to remember is that Hong Kong is a really complex place. It's one of the great global cities with enclaves of every major megacorp. It's a syndicate town, it's a refuge magnet, and it's Guangdong. At some level, anything goes here, but Ambrose takes a deep breath and continues in a tone of low appreciation. When in doubt, assume that old Hong Kong tradition rules. I say that as a loud-mouthed bastard. Be polite, be modest, honor favors, maintain face, give respect, and always treat people's time as valuable. You seem pretty into this, Ambrose. Hong Kong fascinates me. I used to hate it here. Now I love it. Ambrose takes a big breath and sighs contently. I've found a nice little piece. If you survive, maybe you can too. And you sure do seem like a survivor. People know who I am, but only in the network. Kindly runs this neighborhood like a separate country. You paddle a boat across the canal and no one's ever heard of me, and never will. Ambrose suddenly stops himself as if he realizes what he's saying. He finishes lamely. Anyway, it's private. We speak the same language, Ambrose. Good. I'm glad we both appreciate having a little puddle of quiet. Well, that's my wisdom. You're pretty banged up. Why haven't you installed some bionic limbs? Ambrose taps his temple with one of his only remaining fingers. Because I'm already chromed to the gills. I don't look it, but I've got a full suit. Quad jacks, no soft, radio, skill wire, tactical computer, whole bunch of rigger wear. He lifts his dirty t-shirt, revealing a pair of tubes emerging from his side, running down into the wheelchair. Check it out, I've got an artificial liver in my chair. I want to keep my last essence. I've come to like my humanity. I don't want to turn into one of the walking dead. Good call then, that's a lot of chrome. Yes it is. I didn't start my career as a bone saw. Ambrose scratches himself ostentatiously with a robotic arm. Listen, I like talking about chrome more than the next guy, but not now. Besides, it's kind of personal subject. You're looking for something. Show me your services. Medical supplies. Can I sell the sword? Shen is busily counting out cred sticks as you approach. Shen's hands move quickly, fingers deftly sorting them into small plastic bins. The label on the bins bear names: Steel Arm Lu, Grandfather Wu, Lucky Ping, and Kindly Sheng. Shen's eyes flicker up at you for a fraction of a second before returning to the task. One moment, I'll be done soon. A few last flicks of the wrist see the final cred sticks sorted into their respective bin, with the lion's share going to Kindly and Steel Arm Lu. There. Now, what can I do to help you? Pay a lot of dues to the Yellow Lotus? Shen shrugs, obviously indifferent to the amount of the shops being taxed. I do, but that's how the system works. I pay kindly for rent. Steel Arm Lu gets money because he's my superior. Lucky Ping receives a finder's fee for goods he sends my way. And Grandfather Wu took me in. He gets paid because he's family, and I owe him for getting me off the street. You joined the organization, you have to pay the dues. It's the same as everyone anywhere else. And it beats the hell out of being homeless in Kowloon. Stuffing the boxes away, below the counter, Shen produces a box of assorted needles and inks and begins cataloging them on a battered PDA. You don't mind paying? Not really. Grandfather Woe saved my life by taking me in, you know. Life expectancy for a homeless kid in Aberdeen isn't very good. Because of him, I have skills and friends who'll pay to make use of them. It's a good life, all things considered. Shen leans back against the stack of cages, causing the snakes within to hiss and snap at the glass. I'm just a blue lantern, a foot soldier. I answer to White Ming, who I studied with on Wudang Mountain. He's the 49er, the made man who runs our crew. I don't pay him because he takes his own cut of what we make. Show me what you have for sale. weird that it can't sell its sword. Goblin's Rat Totem invocation does 99 damage to any hostile spirit. This spell can only be used on spirits. Goblin's Rat Totem invocation can steal control of spirits that have been summoned by enemy shamans. Note that only one spirit can be under control until rank 5 spirit control, where it increases to 2. Reactor's drone gains an auto shotgun attachment, which does an additional 2 damage at the cost of 5 accuracy. Reactor's drone Koshei gains a mounted saw blade arm in the melee system. This attack critical chance is greatly boosted. Mangler. He doesn't even have a ability called Subdue. Head to the Wampoa Gardens to discover who's killing the Wampoan elders. Wampoa Garden, a carnival of chrome and neon, rife with every manner of technology and artifice one can imagine. The entire area has a feel of a night market, save that chips are sold in lieu of steamed buns, and vendors hawk the latest drone rather than folk art. Something stalks these streets, hiding just out of sight. It stalks the Wampoan elders, the leaders of the band of tech-savvy squatters that have claimed this neighborhood as their own. The streets smell of ozone and fear, and those Wampoans you pass in the MTR station have a haunted, furtive look in their eye. While the killer has struck only the elders thus far, it may only be a matter of time before ordinary residents are menaced as well. The streets of Wampoa Garden are slick with rain, glittering under the neon glow of myriad signs and holographic displays. The sky reflects the same glow, painting the white apartment blocks the sickly orange of sodium streetlights. The smell of grilled meat mingles with other rarer scents, ozone, engine oil, and high-tech fabrication facilities. Despite the hour, there are plenty of people out and about. You can hear the calls of the streets vendors and touts urging people into their stores. A goblin stretches her arms out, turning in a circle. Welcome to the wonderful world of Wampoa. Seriously, that's what they call the boat. Mall, whatever. Why the hell did someone build a mall shaped like a boat? I'd guess it's because it's memorable. What other reason could there be? When the economy tanked after the crash of 29, the techno-fetishist tribe started squatting in it. They've been here ever since. No use standing around here in the rain then. Come on, let's go see what the elders have to say. You better find someplace indoors to sleep, Jan. The streets are dangerous lately. Wampoa Garden. This orc woman is festooned with small circuits, tiny TRID screens and speakers. The TRID screens display snippets of TRID broadcasts from every corner of the world. The tiny speakers play counterpoint with susurrus of voices speaking Speretial, Punjabi, Kazakh and other languages. Her expression is haggard and she fidgets with her finger as you approach. Welcome to the Wampoa, my friend. I am Elder Ning, and these are Elders Tang and Ip. Nung gestures to the elf and human, who each inclines their head respectfully. Thank you so much for answering our request for help. We had nowhere else to run. It's the least I could do. Under Tang's skin, glowing tattoos ride and change shape. Tigers become cranes and move on to dragons. We're under threat, one by one. We elders are being hunted by some monster. As you may have noticed when you arrived, there's been another killing just tonight. Ip crosses his solid chrome arms. Holographic readouts dance constantly over his surface, displaying diagnostic information about their state, operating temperatures, servo pressure, and a variety of other minutiae. He has the bearing of someone who could handle himself in a fight. I'm certain you have some questions. Ask and we'll do our best to tell you what we know. What can you tell me about the murders? They started 2 weeks ago. The first to go was Gan. We found him in his apartment, eviscerated. Nung swallows, grimacing at the painful memory. He'd been torn apart, his head had been ripped completely off, and most of his skin flayed away. There was so much blood, it took us a week to clean out this apartment. Tang nods, running his palm over his forehead. The rest have been the same, always at night, always dismembered. Each scene is like a nightmare. And every time, nobody has seen anything. It's like a ghost. What happened to Tong? The same thing that happened to the rest of the victims, evisceration and dismemberment. We sent a guard to keep people out of his shop, but he'll let you in. When did he die? Sometime earlier tonight. He'd locked up his shop, but Ip stopped by to ask him about some skill chips he had. The door was unlocked and inside. Nung lifts her head helplessly. She opens her mouth, but no words come out. Seeing Nung's inability to continue, Ip takes over. Inside, looked like a bad horror sim, just like the other murders. It had to have happened after sundown. because I saw his shop was open when I was on my way to get some noodles for dinner. Why didn't you call the police? The Hong Kong police force isn't welcome here. They've tried to force us out several times before, or come hunting for someone to pin a crime on. We do a lot of favors for local gangs and triads, handle their matrix security, fix up their gear, and make sure they have access to Hong Kong Shadowlands hub. We're too valuable a resource for them to lose, so they protect us when the HKPF or anyone else decides we're an easy target. They handle our physical security, and we make sure to send the message via the Matrix. The last time the HKPF made trouble, we started airing the assistant chief's dirty laundry over the Trid. They got the picture and backed off. Have you made any enemies lately? Nung shrugs helplessly. Not that I can think of. We keep to ourselves. We buy and sell technology. We're not mercenaries or criminals. We're merchants and deckers. And even if someone was cheated in a deal, this kind of response is unthinkable. Whatever did this, it wasn't human. The violence and savagery, it's a monster, whatever it is. Plenty of meta-humans are monsters too, Nung. Just because it's horrible doesn't mean it's supernatural. What do the Wapoan elders do? I am the invoker of sprites. I commune with the spirits of machines, ask them for blessings, and pass those blessings on to the people here. I heal the sick and ensure the feng shui of our habitants is as good as it can be, given our confines. Tang extends his arms, palms up, as you watch. The tattoos therein shifts into a complex mathematical formula. I am the first and glorious servo. I study patterns, repair machinery, and teach others how to attune themselves to the wonders of automation. The blessed Autofab is my shop and purview, where we make the drones we use and sell. Really, what a fascinating and spiritual spin on things. Raptor inclines his head towards Tang. I'd be interested in hearing more about your philosophy once we're done with the job. I think I may find your perspective to be very interesting. As for me, I serve as the resplendent voltage spike. Ip smiles crookedly. That means I shoot people who try to screw with us. It's a fancy title for head of security. That's all for now. It might be wise to ask the residents of Alpoa Garden if they've seen or heard anything after you've gone to Tong's Sensory Carnival. They may have seen or heard things we have not. Good to know. Portal Amateur Service. The elders told me that you'd be coming. They tell you about what happened to Tong. He got killed earlier tonight, right? Killed, that's rich. Killed is when a BTL head sticks a knife in you for your cred stick, or a cop's put two in your chest for not kissing up hard enough. This is something else entirely. This isn't killed. This is slaughtered like a fatted calf. Watch yourself. It's a goddamn mess in there. Tong Sensory Carnival looks like a scene out of a B-grade slasher sim. The cloying scent of incense hangs thick and pungent in the air, emanating from a small shrine in the corner of a shop. Unfortunately, it does nothing to cover up the reek of death and clotted blood, despite the ragged remnants of Elder Tong littering the floor. The rest of the shop appears to be in good order, at least at first glance. Nothing is broken, tipped over, or otherwise ransacked. As you're about to step further into the room, you glance at the ceiling and walls. The blood from Tong's body isn't just confined to where his remains lie. Drying blood is spread about the walls and ceiling as well. Tong's body is a ruined mess. The destroyed ruin of his face is barely recognizable, and what is left of his body would best be described as savaged. All of his limbs have been torn off, and a pile of flayed skin lies next to the remnants of the Vampoan elder. The Vampoan's clothing has all but been reduced to rags and tissue by cuts and tears, apparently sustained during the flaying. At this point, the only thing holding what's left of his body into a semblance of a human form is a hair-thin fiber optics of his cyberware. Goblet puts a hand over her mouth, speaking in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Sweet heavens, Dystopia. I haven't seen anything like that since Auntie Wong tried to stash some cred stick in a devil's rat's nest. It takes a lot to turn my stomach, but we sure have a winner today. This is a seriously messed up. I'll second that. This isn't murder. This is more like, I don't know, feeding frenzy. If it weren't for the skin, I'd say Tong stepped on a goddamn mine or something. Have Ractor examine the body in detail. Ractor takes his time examining the body, taking small notes on his PDA. Curious, no subdermal bruising where the skin's been removed. No signs of a struggle. Coagulation of blood and lividity marks a time of death between 2 and 4 hours ago. The knife marks are methodical. The killer doesn't seem to have been interested in preserving the skin as any kind of whole. It was removed a bit like one fillet of fish, the path of least resistance. Some of the strips of skin have more ragged edges than others. The ragged edge looks consistent with a claw rather than a blade. Ractor makes a curious noise as he examines the remnants of Tong's face and neck. His neck's been severed between the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. Scoring across the bone indicates a bladed weapon, and a sharp one at that. Doesn't match any of the other wounds. Ractor stands and looks you directly in the eye. If I had to guess, I'd say he was killed with a blow to the back of the neck. Everything else was subsequent damage. Why would someone kill him and then skin him? Honestly, I have no idea. Perhaps whatever did the rest of the damage was secondary, an action of opportunity, or like, without further information. I'm not comfortable guessing. Have Goblet assess the body. You're the boss. Man, this is gonna be unpleasant. Goblet closes her eyes, takes a deep breath. After a moment, she opens them again and makes a strange grunting noise. There's no fear here, Dystopia, no anger either, just this kind of satisfied feeling. Tong never saw it coming, and whoever did it was professional about it, which is pretty odd because nobody's professional about eviscerating a body as far as I know. You think it was a hit? I don't know why the killer was after Tong, but it definitely wasn't any kind of mindless creature, or even someone particularly passionate. It was someone who planned this and executed it, and was glad about it. I don't know, it kind of feels like it was just business as usual. Leave the body alone. The walls are covered in splattered and smeared blood, most of which has hardened into a crusty, congealed paste. Thick tracks of it run laterally. It looks like the blood has been deliberately smeared. Hey, Dystopia, I don't know a whole lot about science or all that, but I know what blood looks like when it hits a wall. This isn't natural. Somebody deliberately smeared blood all over these walls. See how it looks like it's got paint trails. That's because somebody used Tong's parts like a brush. So they painted these walls with blood. Why? Do I look like a psychologist to you? Maybe because they're a freak. Maybe they're one of those 6 serial killers that sees their murders as art. I got no clue. All I know is that what normal blood looks like on a wall, and this ain't it. Hey, you think that's strange? You ought to see the kind of sims that are coming out of Kolkata these days. They took that polypov tech and then collapsed all the carrier signals into one POV. They're like 4 people at once, and the underground gigs do blank jobs. You know, where they kill one of the POVs. Sick stuff. Tong's bathroom is immaculate, and the drains are tiny. Whatever killed him didn't exit through here. Tong's desk drawers are open, and the safe that's built into one side has been opened. There's no sign of tampering, and the green light next to the word unlocked is blinking. Whoever opened the safe did it with a key fob. Inside are several blank cred sticks, but no sign of any money on them. Looks like someone looted his stash. A guy like this wouldn't have kept only empty cred sticks in his safe. This is a Yamaha 95000V SimSynth, a device for mixing and mastering Simpsons ships. Several drive bays are empty, and all of the ship jacks are empty. The screen is flashing a repeated error message. Warning, requested files cannot be found. Please return drives to bay and try again. Debug the system. Banging away at the SimSynth keyboard, you manage to suspend the drive error warning for a time. Digging into the guts of the machine's recent files, you manage to kick it into diagnostic mode. While it's not as good as having access to the full system, maybe you can learn something anyway. Yamaha SimOS 523 system diagnostic check. Memory OK. Drive error. Assist bus OK. Beginning core down. Please wait. The long debug spew that scrolls along the synth's screen is filled with numbers indicating recent files, play lengths, keyframes, and assist peak levels. Based on the numbers you're seeing, Tong's SimSynth has been hacked to remove the peak controller levels from the chips he's been burning. The required operation to make BTL chips, the delta wave outputs for these chips, push them dangerously into brain burning territory. The file catalog for the high peak BTLs indicates all the files and burned chips should be stored on the missing drives, and whatever was in the empty chip jacks, somebody cleaned out Tong's BTL stash. His orc is busily snacking on a steaming bun. As you approach, he wipes off one of his hands and sticks it out towards you. Hey stranger, nice to see you. Sippy toe tag at your service. How are you liking Wampoa Garden? I'm Dystopia. Nice to meet you, Sippy. Nice to meet you too. Listen, I know it's a little forward of me to just say hello and whatnot, but I'm interested in giving you a hand if I can. Sippy gestures expensively at the squalid, neon-lit streets of Wampoa Garden. This is my home, at least for the time being, and I'd like to stop these killings. We've never met before, but I know exactly who you are. You're my replacement. The elders had me autopsy what was left of Elder Gan and Elder Nakamura after they got ripped apart, but I didn't want to dig any deeper. So since I don't know you, and I can smell a Shadowrunner a mile away, you've got to be the outsider they asked to stop the killings, right? Sippy tilts his head back, obviously pleased at his amateur deduction. Very astute, that's right. See, I have good eyes, a lot of good eyes, actually. If you're in the market for replacements, only slightly used, and they only come from certified donors, I swear. A hearty belly laugh erupts from the orc, and he slaps one of his thighs in elation. Man, I killed myself. That was awful. Zipper shrugs, grinning wide. I know, I always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but all my jokes are terrible. So if you're not a comedian, what are you? I'm one of the only trained surgeons around here. I keep the other Vampoans healthy. Gotta practice down the road. Blind Chen's a pretty good cyberdoc, but he's basically an implant specialist, and that's it. How'd you end up here? I did my residency back in the UCAS. Could become a real MD too, if things hadn't gone south for unrelated reasons. Sippy opens his coat, revealing a cyberdeck. He pats it proudly. I also deck a little, but I'm better at slicing skin than I see. Wampoa Garden seems a good fit for me. So is it fairly peaceful around here? For the most part, other than these killings, we don't have much by way of problems. We do information security for the triads, and that makes us fairly impervious to anyone who wants to start trouble. Anyone starts something, we hit them in the matrix, while our triad friends hit them in the meat space. Some small-time gangs have tried pushing in here before, but they backed off when they figured out that they weren't just picking a fight with Tang and his guys, but with both the Red Dragon and Yellow Lotus. They got the message real quick, what was left of them anyways. You must have a lot of customers. Let me ask you about Wampoa Garden. Sure thing, what do you want to know? What are your thoughts on the murders? There is a sharp intake of breath as Sippy shakes his head. Pretty gruesome business. Gan died from a broken neck. Looked like someone had wrenched it around, and his arms and legs were cut off. Some skin flayed away too. Nakamura had... one sec. Do-do-do-do. Nakamura had his throat ripped out by someone with pretty sharp teeth. At first, I thought it was a devil rat, but the teeth marks were all from something with a humanoid jaw. I didn't look at Yatund, but from what I saw at a distance, it was the same story. Didn't see much point, since I'd seen it twice already. As for Tong, from what Porter told me, it was Gan and Nakamura all over again. You take a look at him yet? Yeah, it's the same as you described for the others. Sippy shakes his head sadly. Damn, I like Tong. The BTL business is unsavory, but the man had to eat, and his regular sims were great. Generally, all around nice guy, friendly with everyone. Never had anyone mad at him. There ain't no justice, let me tell you that. What can you tell me about the elders? Sippy laughs, shrugging. Well, they're an eclectic bunch, that's for sure. Where to start? Nung's the spiritual leader here. She's the voice of the Vampoans, I guess. A lot of her close friends are really more of followers, since she's something of a priest for the machine spirit. Maybe it's a cultural thing for people who grew up here, but it's never called to me. Still, she makes a damn fine pot of tea. Ips the muscle, and has an encyclopedic knowledge of cyber and bioware. Definitely a good guy to have watching your back. Not too friendly, but you know how it is. You get a lot of cyber, people start wondering if you'll tear their arms off. Sippy makes a shopping gesture with one hand. He's got moves straight out of Blood Carnival 3, The Reckoning. Terrible movie, but great fight choreography. What about Tang? I don't know much about him, but I think he's got some kind of fetish for automation. Found him cooing over some trids of automated delivery drones in the warehouse once. He works with drones, has a shop called the Blessed Autofab. He was raving about the efficiency of the movement patterns or something. You already know about Tong. Ran Sims, BTLs, skill chips. Gan used to be a city planner before he had a nervous breakdown and got involved in statistical analysis. Sippy pauses to collect his thoughts. Nakamura came from Fukuoka and was interested in entertainment, trids mostly. Spent a lot of time analyzing subliminals in ads. there were Magpie. She was the chief decker, but hot as hell against ice, and built her own hardware. Salty old woman, though. Never met anyone who was quite as shrill as or nasty when she was mad. She was mad most of the time. Well, nobody mentioned Magpie to me. When did she die? She didn't. Maybe a month ago. She just up and disappeared. I went to her shop one day, and she just wasn't open. Nobody's seen her since. Kind of a pain in the ass, too. She owed me some new analyze software she'd picked up. Where do you think she went? No idea. One day she was there, the next, poof. At first I thought she was just on vacation, since she had mentioned wanting to see the Kingdom of Hawaii someday. But it didn't feel right. She would have at least told me she was leaving. It seems mighty suspicious to me. Nobody else seems to care what happened to her. Probably because she pissed them all off so bad. Is there any place you think I should start looking? You might want to check out her shop. It's all locked up, but the other elders have a spare key. Couldn't hurt to look around. And even through Magpie, though Magpie was always butting heads with the other elders, they wouldn't have any reason to not let you in. What did they argue about? Magpie and the others never saw eye to eye. She was contrary for the sake of it. Most of the rest had a grand vision for what they wanted this neighborhood to become. Magpie just wanted to deck. She was only an elder because they needed someone with her matrix chops. The last big argument was between her, Ning, and Ip and Nakamura. It was over something relatively trivial. I think Nakamura wanted to expand the pirate trade business into the matrix, and she just absolutely refused. She sounds like she didn't care for entertainment taking precedence over business. That's exactly it. She gave Nakamura an earful, let me tell you. She said something about not using up valuable bandwidth for trivial entertainment bullshit. Anyway, it went from there into this rant about how she wasn't going to let Tang expand his drone business any further because it would get too much megacorp attention. They accused her of blocking them just because she could, which is probably true. Lots of screaming. What do you mean blocking them? Everybody needs her matrix skills for their business to run properly. There are other deckers, say, or Joe Ginebi, but she had the infrastructure. If their project didn't interest her, she wouldn't even give them the time of day. She's a real hardhead about having her time wasted. But she figures if she's not interested in something, it has no value objectively. Kind of a major blind spot, if you ask me. Could you let me into her shop? No, can do. Not because I don't want to, but just because I don't have the key. You'd have to get it from him. He's taken over all the Matrix infrastructure maintenance since Magpie disappeared. He's not as good at it as she is, or as I am, but they're not gonna let anyone who isn't an elder take care of that kind of critical stuff. See you later, Sippy. Why didn't you tell me about Elder Magpie disappearing? Why would we have? Her departure from the Wampons isn't related to your investigation. It happened before the killings began. I'm certain she's just off sulking somewhere. Nung's tone is profoundly indifferent. No doubt she'll come waltzing back next month, all full of attitude that life dared to go on without asking her permission. If she does, we'll welcome her back. Despite her problems with her behavior, her skills make her extremely valuable. I've taken over maintenance of our Matrix infrastructure in her absence, but I'm nowhere near her level. The best I can do is ensure nothing breaks down until she returns. I'd like to take a look at her shop. Do you have the key? Yes, but there's a lot of sensitive equipment in there, including our community servers. We don't let anyone who's not one of the Vampoan elders in. Why would you need to look around? Magpie's automated systems might have access records for the killer's wireless devices. If I can get a dump of the access logs, I might be able to find the killer. I was under the impression the killer was most likely a monster or animal of some kind. All the bodies have been marked with bites and claw marks. Are you suggesting that we're dealing with something sentient? That seems unlikely. Tong wasn't killed with teeth or claws. He was killed with a bladed weapon. Tang cocks his head, confusion washing over his face. A bladed weapon, how do you know? His spine was severed between the fifth and sixth cervical vertebrae. Scoring on the bone would indicate a knife or a sword. Tang looks to Ip and Nung, his mouth twisting down into a grimace. This complicates things. Take the key then, but don't break anything and don't shut off the servers. Was there anything else? I'll be going now. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Quok Atelier, home of the finest clothing in Wampoa Garden. I am the owner, Master Tailor, Wing K. Quok. How may I serve you today? I didn't expect Wampoa Gardens to have a tailor's in it. Many people don't. There's a mistaken impression that we Wampoans are only interested in technology and the Matrix. But even technologists need clothing, don't they? And many of us gravitate towards lines of work where where added protection is required. I myself am a material scientist, as well as a keen follower of fashion trends. What kind of material science? Fiber related, of course. Primary aramid fibers, graphene composites, and dilettantes. It affords me a certain unique perspective when designing clothes that is not only beautiful but defensive as well, especially as in high fashion body armor, similar to the kind crafted by Secure Tech or Washon Island, but with a much more personal touch. Show me what you got. Ballistic cloth suit. It's only one armor, but pretty fancy. Rainbow. This woman sports brilliantly hued hair that shifts colors, scintillating with every passing moment. She is powerfully built, a natural athlete, or someone who works out a great deal. Nobody, notably, a large shotgun rests on an arcade cabinet next to her. She affords you a short glance as you approach. When she speaks, you note a peculiar lyrical accent to her voice. Something I can help you with there, friend. You're throwing off my game, and I'm trying to beat my best score. That's some interesting hair you got. Well, sure, isn't it the reason they call me Rainbow Smite? She kicks one foot towards the shotgun laying against the cabinet. That shooters why there's also a smite. After a few moments, Rainbow's game is suddenly over, her tank obliterated by a barrage of air-to-ground missiles. She hisses her breath in through clenched teeth. Piss on your ma. A right robbery that was. Right then, Rainbow shakes her head again and turns to face you fully. You don't seem like them Vampons. They're all might touched. Yeah, maybe you are too. But you don't advertise it like they do. What's your story? I'm looking into the murders that have been happening. Nah, that's some nasty work. Bodies hacked up, chunks bitten out of them. Make sure you're loaded for something big and ugly, that's for certain. Where are you from? I can't place the accent. Born and raised in Dublin, down on the banks of the Liffey. Spent most of my early life there, working security on sacred spaces. You know, historical sites or undeveloped land. The Green Movement was big in those days. It was a bit like being a park ranger, but sure didn't it beat some dead-end desk job. Spent a lot of time around County Dublin and Wicklow. I always loved animals, and I found out being a ranger put me in close with them. It was a good time, yeah? Yeah, I can't be bothered to fucking go through all of that. Show me what you have for sale. The drug mule MK1. The Murgo. This man has a tired, world-weary demeanor about him. His eyes track your movements with a penetrating, critical precision. Something about him, the lines about his eyes, perhaps, make you suspect. He's seen a lot of terrible things happen. He lifts his cup of sheep soy calf as you approach. Let me guess, you're the freelancer the elders are paying to look into the murders around here. That's right, who are you? Call me Demergo. I'm not one of the Vampoans, but I've been here long enough that they don't think twice about me being here. Demergo drains the last of his soy calf in a large gulp. So what have you found so far? What's it to you? Professional curiosity. I used to be part of the New York Police Department as part of their thaumaturgical research division, part of the CSI branch. Except I did magical investigations while the other guys pulled prints and checked blood samples. The Murgo tosses the soy calf cup toward the nearby garbage can. It bounces around the rim and rolls inside. When I hear about shit like this happening, I keep my ear to the ground. Old habits, you know? You're a long way from home, Demergo. Sure am, and I like it that way. I got burned out on all the blood, murder, and death. Been here since '54, working freelance. It's hard when you don't know anybody, but magical detectives are pretty thin on the ground, even in Hong Kong, so I do okay. Elder Nung asked me to look into the killings after the first murder. She couldn't afford my fee, though, so I took a pass. It's not just the money either. Demergo shudders, folding his arms across his chest. You see that stuff day after day. You pay a price. It eats away at you. You know what it's like to feel all that sickness and anger every day. To be asked to pick up a murder weapon and relive somebody's death. Feel it going into your neck, pleading in the voice of a dead woman for her killer to spare you. These days, I'd rather interrogate the living, thanks. All things considered, that could be useful. Demergo nods, though his expression is still one of disgust and sickness. Sure, if you're praising antiques or trying to find where a lost cat went, but turning that on murder scenes is an invitation to horrors beyond imagining. I can read objects. It's called psychometry. A little trick I managed to pick up. Don't really know how. I hold something. I can tell you what's happened to it, who owned it, how it killed somebody, if someone loved it or was afraid of it. Useful, but it'll tax your heart. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to read anything you find. I already told Nung I didn't want any part of this. You want advice, I'll give you that. But I'm not getting drawn in further than that. So aside from that, is there anything I can help you with? What do you know about the murders? They started a couple of weeks ago. Elder Gan was the first to go. That's when Nung asked if I could look into it. He was ripped apart, arms wrenched out of the sockets, skin flayed away with the razor-sharp knife. The rest have been the same. Whatever did it sure didn't care about it being a clean death. The Marga lowers his voice, leaning in towards you so that only you can hear. The funny thing is, the Hong Kong police force was out here a few weeks before that, maybe a month ago tops. I know that doesn't seem like much, but the Wampoans don't usually let the police in. That by itself is odd enough, but it gets even stranger. The officers were loaded for bear too. Big guns and heavy armor with MBC seals. They works. They went into the parking garage near here. And there was some kind of gunfight. Never made it back out. When backup showed up, the Wampoans chased them away. Why would they let the cops in and chase them away? That's exactly the kind of question you should be asking, and that the elders refused to answer when I asked. The Murgo shrugs. Go take a look yourself if you want. Watch out though, a gang's taking up residence in there, dealing drugs and BTLs. They call themselves the Red Spears. Not too violent if you don't push them, but be careful what you say. Tong wasn't afraid when he died. He was caught by surprise. The Murgo arches an eyebrow. That's not what I would have expected. With the amount of mess at each scene, the victim should have left behind a hell of a lot of fear and pain. Are you sure? Very sure. Tong died tonight, so the astral signature hasn't had time to fade. There was only a sense of perfunctory accomplishment. Then it sounds like this wasn't a crime of passion. A planned attack would have that kind of resonance. In my experience, it's possible the gore show is to throw off anyone looking for the actual reason. The Murgo closes his eyes and starts to nod. Yeah, if I wanted to kill someone, I'd get away with it. I'd try and point the finger at some kind of monster. The Murgo opens his eyes and smiles a thin, humorless grin. Basic investigation 101. It's usually the simplest explanation, but don't discount other possibilities. You think the mess wasn't incidental? It's a possibility. Ask yourself this. If the mutilation happened after Tong's death, why would a killer perform that kind of ritual? Serial killers who engage in that kind of ritual don't feel perfunctory about it. In my experience, it tends to feel more like they're taking communion. It's a religious or sexual feeling most of the time. If this didn't feel that way, I don't think the killer is acting pathologically. Tong was killed by a bladed weapon, a single strike to the base of his neck. That's a precision attack. Most knife fights end up with a lot of shallow cuts and blood over the victim and attacker alike. If Tong was killed by a single strike, he definitely wouldn't have seen it coming. And you can bet your last yen that whoever killed him is highly skilled with the blade. That says to me that the attack is either a professional hitman or a practiced serial killer. It could be both too. Assassins don't tend to be the most empathic people. Demergo considers this information for a moment before speaking again. Was the attack a thrust or a cut? It was a slash. Why? If a wound was a thrust, your attacker was using a knife of some kind. Anything over about 10 inches would be pretty hard to thrust with at that kind of angle. The neck's too high for a longer blade. If it's a slash, you're looking at a sword or a cleaver attack. Both of those are popular with the triad. They make an awful mess and send a message that they're not to be trifled with. See you later. Raspberry Ganger. That's far enough, guy. The woman hefts her weapon, tossing a nod towards the ganger behind her. This lot's our turf. If you're looking for a fix, you're welcome to trade. If you're not here for business, clear the hell out. You try and wander around on our turf, we're gonna have to air you out. So what do you say? You looking for a little pick-me-up? A little nitro to give you some pep? Maybe you want some chips? Take that edge off. You want it? I got it. What happened in the fight here? As far as I know, some police showed up looking for somebody. They got in here. All of them got killed. Whoever they were after was long gone by the time we showed up. Used to be a lot of Wampoans living here. They all cleared out, muttering about ghosts and shit like that. Have you heard anything else about the murders? Nothing much. I tell you what, though. I've got a guy named Kang, and he was down in the storm drains system last week. Something was moving down there. Big too, man-sized, but it wasn't speaking any language Kang understood. Kid beat feet back here as fast as he could. Dumbass dropped his storm drain key on the way out though. You want to go looking for whatever it was, you'll have to get a new key from somebody else. Kang stole his from the city worker. Who else might have a key to the storm drains? There's a guy named Porter Lamb who's got keys to pretty much everything. He's somewhere between a cop and a handyman. UN also mentioned some elf woman with crazy colored hair who managed to scam a key. He said she hunted paracritters down there, devil rats and shit. Can I look around this garage? Man, are you deaf? What the hell did I tell you? No, you goddamn well can't wander around our turf. The ganger shakes her head, mumbling something about idiots with no memory. Some of these BTLs you're selling look an awful lot like they come from Tong's shop. Yeah, so what? Why do you care? Must have gotten them recently. How do you know Tong was dead? It's like this. Broken Thumb Yen was walking down the street and sees this guy go into Tong's joint right at closing time. Tall guy, hunched over, had this shitty grey rain poncho draped over him. Now Yuan figures that was weird as hell, so he posts up and waits. He figures the guy come out soon, cause Tong's closed up his shop. Nothing for 15 whole minutes. Guy comes out, hustles down the street with nobody saying boo. I figured he was waiting for an ebb in the crowds. Yuan sees some blood smeared out on the door, though, so he goes to check it out. Inside, total carnage. But you know what? Tong's not gonna be using his gear anymore, so the hell with it. Yuan jacks the lot of it. It's pretty cold. So sleeping in the streets or going hungry or selling BTLs. It's the life we've got, and that's the way it is. Anything else? See you later. The hell did I tell you? Where's this idiot? reactor manually tunes the target's drone's servo, increasing quickness and speed, strength. Mercy kill. A small PDA sits on a table, the dull glow of the screen illuminating the surface around it. It does not appear to be locked. Check recent email. New location in garage. Wilson, we've got the go-ahead from the Wampoan elders to move into the parking garage. Whatever fight happened there has really spooked the locals, and they're superstitious about moving back into a place that could be filled with angry ghosts. It's a bunch of bull, but whatever. The bottom line is, we have a new place to set up shop. Their only request is that we pay a percentage of our sales back to them, and we keep anyone nosy out of our turf. Works for me. Where the heck is Kang? I don't know where Kang is. Last I heard from him, he was checking out the storm drains, looking for a place to use as drop, so he wouldn't have to stash all the ships up here in the garage. When he came back up, he said something about seeing a monster down there. He described it as a man-sized, but covered in gore and speaking some kind of monster language. He was so spooked, he dropped his key to the drains on his way out. Total idiot. So I told him to take a few days off. So if you're still looking for him, check his flat in San Po Kong. He's probably drunk off his ass or something. Unfortunately, that means we don't have any more keys to the storm drain. I know that Porter Lamb has some. Maybe you could ask him. There's also some elf woman named Rainbow Smite that's been down there hunting paracritters. Maybe we could buy her key from her. Elder murders. I don't know if any of you have heard about the way the elders have been getting picked off one by one, but stay out of it. They've been nice enough to let us set up shop here, but their business isn't our business. If anyone asks you to look into it, tell them to talk to me. I don't want to get mixed up in whatever politics are dripping those crazy tech junkies apart. The only good thing come out of all this is that we've picked up Tong's BTL stash earlier tonight. Yen saw somebody go into Tong's shop right before closing time, and when he came out, the door was unlocked. Tong was ripped apart, and maybe it was the killer. Maybe it was the killer. Maybe it was just picking the place over like we did. Either way, let's stay out of it for you boneheads. Stay out of it. Dried blood and bullet holes pockmarked the floor, pillars, and walls of the parking garage. Judging by the amount of blood stains, the floor multiple people died here. To call the scene bloody would be to do it a disservice. This was a massacre of tremendous proportions. Look at this dystopia. Duncan points to several scratches on the floor and in the pillar. These scratches look like they were from a long-bladed weapon, like a sword or a machete. That matches the wounds on Tong's neck. Our killer must have fought the HKPF in here and cut them apart. With the number of bullet holes in the walls and cars around here, they must have just been spraying wildly. Duncan checks the chamber on his assault rifle. I tell you what, I don't want to have to fight this maniac at close range. Dried blood and clots clog the drain. As you look closer, however, something catches your eye. An off-red color that doesn't match the hues of the gore around the drain. Bending closer, it appears to be a small nugget of some kind. Fish the item out. The nugget, upon closer inspection, is a chunk of some kind of synthetic ferroplastic. It's got ragged edges, as if it was broken off of a larger object. A number of small markings are partially obscured by scratches. Brushing away some of the dust, you peer at the fragmentary bit of ferroplastic. The scratches or markings on the nugget looks like Chinese, but despite how closely you look, you can't decipher their meaning. After a moment, you realize the reason. Not only are the markings fragmentary, the language is actually Japanese. The characters are close enough to be familiar, but too different for you to read. Maybe an expert in armor or foreign language could help. This dumpy-looking man is busily hawking a variety of grilled spherical treats. I don't have the order for you right now. An imposing troll stands in front of a stall overflowing with weapons of all sorts. Pistol, rifles, and even brass knuckles overflowing onto the rug around him. How there? You look like a man who understands the value of self-defense. Breaker who at your service. And I can promise you, I can help you defend yourself. What do you say? Shock glove. The man in front of this stall is rooting through a box of music chips with the swift fingers of someone who knows what they're looking for. Behind him, a music player thumps out a constant stream of distorted atonal music. The stall's proprietor is nowhere to be seen. Can you believe this? They've got 4 bootlegs of Echelon 60, the unreleased Enoch Ian Keys double chip show from Brazzaville, but absolutely 0 chips from Shotgun Blue. This stall's stuff is purely second rate. Hey man, don't get down on Echelon 60. I saw them when they played that unlicensed show at the old Choco Tart factory out in Sven 1. The show was amazing, even if the police had to break it up midway through the second set. The music aficionado waves his hand dismissively. The show might have been great, but come on, Echelon 60 is old news. They're already being mainstreamed. I saw a Trid ad for the new Mitsubishi Ostro scooter, and they were using Main Volt Underboss as the backing music. Maybe sad, I tell you. The Decker inclines his head politely towards you. Mo Yunebi at your service, Decker, technologist music fan. You're not from around here, are you? You don't hold yourself like a native. I'm from UCAS. Mo runs a hand through his hair, shaking the collected rain off of it. I thought so. What brings you out here? I'm trying to find out who's been killing the elders. The Decker pauses a moment, face falling. Oh, that's nasty business. I heard Tong died tonight. I don't know who or what they pissed off, but it seems like a really bad scene. I'm trying to keep my nose out of it. Still, I like this place. Is there anything I can do to help? Know anything about the murders? I'm trying to stay away from it. You don't know shit. The jackpoint. This bin is full of assorted chips, peripherals, and add-on modules for cyberdecks. They don't seem to be arranged in any coherent fashion, and they are spread across the felt surface. Search through the bin. You sift through the display case, searching for anything that might prove interesting. Strangely, the bin seems to be missing parts. There's plenty of storage memory, active memory, and I/O handlers in the display case, but no MPCP or response increase chips. The more expensive parts. Anyone trying to build a deck using only these parts would end up with a glorified comlink. Rector gestures towards one of the other displays. A pair of small cyberdecks sits inside the locked case. Maybe Magpie took the chips when she left. Then again, if she did that, why did she leave completed decks behind? The front of the server's case hangs open, the inner machinery quiet and without power. A clipboard is stuck to the side by a piece of duct tape, its paper filled with a long list of programs and their prices. A quick glance over the program sheet reveals names like Bugs, Bugs, Bugs and Blackhammer. Undoubtedly, this was Magpie's attack program storage machine. A solitary red light blinks at the rear of the open server. Upon closer inspection, it looks like a Fuji XB1000 backup drive with its own isolated battery power, probably to safeguard the server's data if the main supply failed. The XB1000 drives are constant right cheap with a ton of storage capacity, but they lose power, they lose all their data. Unfortunately, the isolated drive battery power has long since run out. You search Magpie's bathroom. There's not much here. A toothbrush, toilet paper, some hairpins, and a collector of sheep makeup. The combination bath shower unit, however, has minor flakes of a dry reddish substance near the drain. Blood, dried blood. Prying open the drain cover, it looks like quite a bit of it was shed as well. Shit, maybe Magpie didn't take a trip after all. With that amount of blood, I'm guessing someone killed her quietly and then drained her body in the bath. It would make a cleaner to relocate. This doesn't seem to match the killer's other scene, though. I'm thinking there's a lot more going on with these murders than we were initially told. First, they don't even mention Magpie to us, and now it looks like she's been killed. Something's not right here, Dystopia. Let's not mention this to the elders. If they're hiding anything, they may start cleaning up their tracks better. Magpie's desk is the kind of messy most people only associate with rat's nest, hoarders and deckers. The surface of the desk is littered with cigarette butts, half-finished cans of soy calf, and scraps of electronics. A towering pile of empty instant noodle bowls sits next to it. Their sides are blazoned with Honest Wang's instant old-time lamians, and depict a line of top hat-wearing caterpillars dancing with canes. Hey, awesome! I didn't think anybody but me liked Honest Wang's noodles. Flavor like you've never tasted in a package of instant noodles, I promise. Gobbet taps the side of one container. See, this one's cheese curry broccoli. I don't know why it never caught on, honestly. Duncan shoots you a sidelong glance, mumbling sotto woes. Gee, who could pass up the delicious taste of cheese, curry, and freeze-dried vegetables? Gobbet seems obvious to Duncan's sarcasm. I know, right? Oblivious to Duncan's sarcasm. People out there have no idea what kind of culinary delights they're missing. Search the desk. You gingerly root around in the desk, doing your best to avoid the more disgusting piles and spills. It isn't easy. The desk drawers are stuffed to overflowing with receipts, cigarette packs, optical chips, and cables. Most of the contents are boring, useless, and disgusting. While searching one of the bottom drawers, however, a low-quality tin lockbox catches your eye. Someone has pried the latch off, leaving a ragged hole where the lock should be. The interior of the box has several sleeves for storing keycards, all of which are empty. A small note is taped to the interior of the box. Spare stockroom keys. The door is in the rear of Mrs. Yang's restaurant. Do not lose these. Use only if I'm not available to open the stockroom. The plot thickens. A secret lockbox, the latch and lock torn out, and all the keys to Magpie's treasures throw missing. Who do you suppose stole them? Probably whoever cleaned out Magpie's equipment. That would make sense. The culprit would have been in a hurry. If these Vampoans are as tech-savvy as they seem, a cheap maglock wouldn't present much difficulty for them, and anyone looking to loot Magpie's shop wouldn't want to pass up her stockroom. It would be full of even more valuable gear. Do you know what kind of armor this piece is from? Perhaps, let me see it, and I'll tell you what I can find out. Wing K holds the armor piece up to her eye, taking out a Urus loop to look at it more closely. Japanese markings. I don't recognize all of them, but this first one is Renraku, fairly recognizable to anyone who's used to seeing her name in Hansi. The composition appears to be high density ferroceramics, probably boron carbide with an interwoven bioaramid mesh. The staining on the edges suggests it contained pockets of silica suspended in polyethylene glycol, similar to the commercially sold gel pack technology. This armor could have withstood a significant amount of impact force. Even standard 7.62mm rounds wouldn't have had much of a chance of penetrating it. What could penetrate it? High-velocity rounds with a tungsten carbide penetrator would be the most common. This is the kind of thing armor-piercing, discarding sabot rounds were designed to defeat. A die-coated melee weapon could do it as well, but there wouldn't be the kind of splintering at the edge. Same case with EX explosive rounds. We'd see footballing on the backside. Wing K hands the armor piece back to you. Whoever shot this off, the owner, came loaded with the right kind of weaponry to get the job done, that's for certain. And you don't carry that kind of ordnance around unless you're sure of what you're facing. It's just too expensive to come and carry. Why did you let the HKPF into the Wampoa garden last month? Tang is taken aback by the question. For a long moment he says nothing. When his composure does return, he speaks deliberately and with great care. We generally don't let the police into Wampoa gardens, it's true. But in this case we made an exception. The police were very polite and offered to look the other way over some of our deals with the Loho Joa pirates. They also made it clear that if we refuse, they might not only take an interest in our deals with the pirates, they would call in the Special Duties Unit and force their way in. We have repelled the Hong Kong police force before when they tried to push us around. We could probably drive off the Duties Unit as well, but the cost in blood would be too high. Nung shrugs non-committally. Since they weren't hunting a Wampoan, we saw no reason to refuse the request. So what were they doing in Wampoa Garden? They didn't say, and we didn't ask. The HKPF isn't exactly forthcoming about their business, and we found that the less we know about their interest, the safer Wampoa Garden is. When you take an interest in the police, they return the favor. As far as I know, they went into the parking garage. There were a gunfight, and the police never came out. More showed up a few hours later, looking for the missing officers. We didn't let those in, though. We just delivered what was left of the bodies to them. Why didn't you let them in? We were willing to allow a group of 4 in because they asked politely. When the reinforcements arrived, there were over 30 of them. We couldn't risk the rest of the police setting up camp in our streets. It would have been a circus and disrupted our lives and business. I'll be going now. Do you have a key to the storm drains? Of course I do. How else would I get down to look for strange creeper crawlers, eh? Why'd you ask? Can I borrow it? I want to investigate something down there. Sure. Watch your step down there, though. The drains are a mite bigger than people normally expect. Rainbow tosses your key. Best of luck. See you later, Rainbow. Oh, that was the guy. Storm drains. The disgusting pile of stinking human remains smells strongly of blood and the first stages of decay. The arms, legs, and organs here are heaped together like stacked firewood, leaking blood and gore across the floor. The parts contained therein appears to have been sliced away from the parent body, rather than torn or bitten. Judging by the clean edges on the cuts, the blade used to sever these parts was extremely sharp. I've seen plenty of disgusting stuff in my day, but this takes the cake. Look at it. Somebody stacked these parts up like they were making a little larder or something. Hello, serial killer. You got that right. Jesus. Looking close at the pile, one part stands out. It's a severed forearm and it's covered in tattoos. Words in a Slavic language and a shining lighthouse adorn the forearm, and a ring-like images are inked on each finger. On the back of the hand, there's a skull inside the square. This arm belonged to a Vor. Those are criminal tattoos. The lighthouse shows he tried to escape from prison, or planned to. The words say, all police are dogs. That skull inside the square means he served prison term for robbery once. What's a Vor? A Vor is a thief. The Vori V. Sakone is the name of the organization. Thieves in law. They have strict codes and police their own, but they don't sever arms and leave them in a pile of gore. Despite the darkness, you see something glitter at the edge of the drain. Looking closer, it appears to be a necklace chain of some kind. It's become caught in the drain's grate, narrowly avoiding falling down the deep pit. Take the necklace. Lifting the necklace out of the drain, you turn it over in your hand. It's a simple silver pendant. The silver pendant depicts a long-tailed bird in flight, a magpie. As you round the corner, you hear voices speaking just loudly enough for you to make out coherent sentences. The speakers are definitely not local. They speak with a slight Slavic accent, and their clothing is heavily armored. Around them are a number of crates and boxes, all mostly filled. It looks like the group is packing up. Vasilisa. Yaroslav says the boat will be ready tomorrow morning. He's gotten everything arranged with the port authority. We move the goods to his warehouse. He'll handle loading them onto the ship, and we can get paid right then and there. The orc spits on the ground. I'll be glad to be done with this filthy place. I will too. I hate having to hide in these damn drains. It stinks down here. I can hear the devil rats running down the walkways. It's a mess, and it's disgraceful. We shouldn't have put up with this bullshit, and Alexander still isn't back from his little trip. We'll have to leave him behind if he doesn't get back soon. I know, Galina. Until Andre says we're in the clear from the triads, we can't be seen with the goods on the streets. They find us. We go back to Vladivostok in sausage casings. Those red dragons, Mudaki, don't screw around when it comes to protecting their turf. Who knows? Maybe Alexander was stupid and they caught him. Either way, we'll have to lug this crap through the drains for a few clicks. Several boxes near the two women bear a distinct label, a magpie in flight. The same emblem you saw stamped on Magpie's equipment in her shop. The orc woman sniffs the air suspiciously, and her eyes dart towards the dark tunnel you stand in. Before you have a chance to get out of sight, she locks eyes on you. The orc lifts her chin as she regards you, cracking her knuckles. What have we here? A curious little pest come looking for things that don't concern him. What do we do with pests, Galina? Galina puts a hand on a shotgun barrel. We break them, Vasilisa. And then we hammer a spike through each of their throats, so anyone who sees their body knows not to meddle in our affairs. I suggest you stay where you are, pest. The Wampoan elders know I'm down here. You start a fight, you're going to have every drone and cyber yankee on those streets crawling up your ass. Some of the cockiness goes out of the Russian woman's eyes. She shifts back and forth nervously, shooting a glance at the orc. Finally, she lifts her shotgun, sighting along the barrel. You think we're afraid of those little worms? You think we're afraid of you? Don't make me laugh. We could be out of here before they even ever realize you're missing. You think those crazy shipheads will give you shit about what happens down here? I don't think so. Duncan sneers at them, spitting on the ground. Make a move, shithead. Give me a reason to put you down. You thugs think you're so hard. I kill trash like you every damn day. Yeah, let's just fuck them up. get that fucking path either, dude. A small PDA sits on the table, the dull glow of the screen illuminating the surface around it. It does not appear to be locked. Sitting next to the PDA is an unmarked keycard of some kind. Check the recent email. Get ready to move. Vasilisa, we've got the window for the shipment. We're going to have to get to the harbor in the next few hours. Tell Galina and the others to pack up everything you've got and get ready to haul it through the storm drains towards the meeting point spot. We can't afford to miss this opportunity. Hey Yaroslav, Alexander's still not back from his scouting trip yet. He said he found a stockroom behind Mrs. Young's Jade Mountain restaurant. There were also a bunch of keycards for it. Belonged to some woman named Magpie. He's out through it now. We can't just leave him behind. Can you delay this handoff for a few more hours? No, Vasilisa, I can't delay the handoff. The ship will leave when it leaves. If Alexander's not back in time to make it, it's his own damn fault. Now get your crew in high gear and make sure we've got the goods by the time things are settled. Or set. Despite the table's crude construction, an artfully laid meal awaits the owner. Several small dishes are filled with pickled vegetables, while a larger plate is arranged with long slices of raw meat. The meat is a pale pinkish white, like a raw pork, and is covered in a light soy marinade. Poking at the raw meat, you discover that it's surprisingly tender. What's more, it has a faint aroma of marinade, as if deliberately prepared. It's on. The flesh is a little tougher than you would expect, but surprisingly flavorful. There's no bitterness or gristle to it. In a few moments, you finish the small piece, and it leaves only the barest hint of aftertaste in your mouth. Gubbers watches you eat, her mouth slowly falling apart. All right, Dystopia, I know you love food, but you take it to a whole new level. I mean, we walked into the basement stockroom, which is obviously inhabited by somebody. What's the first thing you do? Steal their dinner. That's just cold. This box is packed full of odds and ends. It nearly overflows with a collection of knickknacks, souvenirs, and assorted personal effects. There is no rhyme or reason to the collection of them, of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. Among the contents are charms from various temples, a wooden mask, and a paper fan. Examine the mask. The wooden mask is extremely light. It's been painted a pale white, and the surface is almost as smooth as porcelain. Delicate features and lifted eyebrows are matched with bright red lips and delicately carved teeth. The teeth have been stained a deep black. Examine the charms. The small charms are square cloth pockets, each approximately 1 inch wide and 3 inches tall. They come in a variety of bright colors and are embroidered with characters for prosperity, peace, wealth, and protection. Inside each appears to be a folded paper prayer or fortune written in Japanese. Examine the paper fan. Unfolding the fan, you tilt it up towards the light to examine it. The image depicts an East Asian city from the 19th century or earlier, curved roofs at sunset, beside a deep blue river. Two ships sail down the river, which is in turn spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, laborers carry buckets along the shore as a man on a horseback rides in the opposite direction. In the distance, a pair of large red buildings dominate the city skyline, one large temple hall, and a five-tiered pagoda. As you step away from the box, you hear a slight click in the distance, the sound of the door's latch shutting. You are no longer alone in the stockroom. Standing before you is a man clad in heavy armor and bearing a katana on his hip. His skin is an ashen grey, his eyes dead white, his teeth are jagged and appears quite sharp. This is no man, this is a ghoul. The ghoul's blind eyes search back and forth as it regards you. It cannot see you, but you have a sense that it knows exactly where you are at all times. Ah, a hired gun, no doubt brought to bear against me by the Wampoan elders, a means by which they can lift the curse plaguing them. I salute your tenacity, but I wonder, will you hear me out before raising your weapons to kill me? Don't even think about attacking me, ghoul. Please, I have no intent of starting a fight with you. I would much rather hear me out than engage in combat. Also, my name is not Ghoul. You may call me Gaishu. I know who you are. You're the one killing the Wampoan elders. You are correct. I have killed all of the Wampoan elders to date, though only Elder Magpie was according to my initial plan. I regret the deaths of the other elders, but it was unnecessary. Explain yourself. This affair began simply enough, as you may surmise. I am not someone who can be seen in public without great risk. Wampoan Garden is an excellent place to hide. No police or triad presence, and minimal interest in things that lurk in the shadows. Unfortunately for me, Elder Nung discovered me through communion with her spirits. Rather than killing or chasing me away, she came to me with a proposition. Nung and the other elders were having a problem with one of their numbers. An elder named Magpie had been holding many of their plans hostage and would not budge. They could not remove Magpie, however, because her services were too useful to the Wampoans at large. Nung offered me payment to dispose of Magpie, and I accepted. Wu shoots you a sidelong glance, tusks bared as he grits his jaw. Why the hell are we talking to this thing, Dystopia? It's a goddamn ghoul, and you know what they're like. Really, what, pray tell, am I like? All teeth and claws and bad manners, I expect. Gaish's tone is amused, despite the harshness of his rasping voice. Really, you want to crack jokes, you cannibal? Wu takes an involuntary step forward, raising his rifle. You're the kind of monster that devour a family just because it's convenient to remember the 162s. Dystopia. He's just like them. The 162s were a gang, Wu, in the Barrens. Like that makes a bit of difference. Go on then, talk to the monster, but I'm keeping my finger on the goddamn trigger. I believe that we were speaking of the elders' plans to have me kill Magpie. Surely, you must be a little curious about that. You didn't clean up all of her blood. I found some in her drain. Ah, unfortunate. I had thought I was careful enough. Having it on my hands must have obscured my sense of smell enough that I missed the last remnants in the drain. I disposed of Magpie's body by emptying the blood in her bathroom. Then I cut her up into more portable pieces. Those were placed in a plastic tarp, which I took to the storm drain and hid. Gaichu nonchalantly waves a hand, his tone flat and unconcerned. It's unfortunate, but my survival depends upon consumption of raw meta-human flesh. Letting such nourishment go to waste would be a foolish error. That doesn't explain everything. Afford me a moment, and I will explain the rest to you. I contacted the elders, not in person, of course, and they arranged to exchange payment. I assumed that since the job was done, Nung would be a woman of her words. Barring his teeth, Gaishu hisses his next words across clenched teeth. It was mistake. I was mistaken. I arrived at the nearby parking garage the elders had told me about. They'd cleared the other Vampoans under some pretense, though I'm not sure what rules they used. The elders never showed up. Instead, several members of the Hong Kong police force arrived. They were more heavily armed than usual, so I suspect they knew something of my nature. I saw scarring on the concrete from bullets and a blade. You killed them with a sword. And my hands, yes. My blindness precludes the use of ranged weapons, unfortunately, since I was an excellent shot before I became infected. But my skills in grappling and kenjutsu have only increased. A battle of swords is a clash of souls. Mine was stronger than theirs, and they perished. A betrayal of that sort cannot stand. Not only was I not paid for my time and effort, the Wampoan elders treated me like common animal, and I am so much more than that. Reputation is everything, and I had none. I had hoped to build a network of contacts so that I would be able to continue finding work. But with that treasury, my hopes were dashed. I decided to become the monster that they feared. One by one, I have eliminated them. They know how to contact me, and I could have ended their nightmare at any time by making amends. I would have asked for more money, but I would have ceased my hunt, yet they did not. Instead, they contacted you, no doubt asking you to eliminate me where the police had failed. So I ask you now, what now? What will you do? Will you attempt to finish what the Wampoan started? Will you treat me with the same humanity I have shown you? I've made my decision. Oh, what then will you do? How will this story end? Come and work with me. I can be your face. A curious offer. And what of the elders? Will you allow me the satisfaction of killing them? I want to see what they have to say first. I would counsel you not to believe their words, but you have the sound of one who is wary of a matter of course. Very well. Let us wait until a bit later in the night. Most pedestrians will be off the street, and it will be easier for us to approach the Wampoa without being noticed. Sounds like a plan. As you approach, Elder Nang's eyes widen, her mouth falls open, and the veins on her neck bulge. What are you doing? You brought this thing into our homes. Quick, kill it before it kills us. Porter hefts his pistol warily, but does not aim it at anyone. Yeah, I have to say, this isn't a good idea. Why the hell is a ghoul in here? And why is it wearing armor? Calm yourself. I'm not it. I'm not an it, and your elders know this intimately. Gaishu bares his teeth in a rictus grin as he turns to face Nung. Good evening, Elder Nung. I can smell your fear, and I'm glad of this. It means you are learning the price of betrayal. Whoa, what the hell is going on here? Can someone explain to me why the ghoul is talking? Gaishu had a contract with the elders, and they betrayed him. You dare to accuse us of conspiring with the monster and covering it up. You're insane. The very idea is preposterous. Porter nods at the elders, looking back to you with a wary expression. I'm interested to hear what kind of evidence you have to support this theory. Dystopia. As far as I can tell, the monster killed Tong and the others, and that makes him a threat that should be eliminated. The elders hired Gaishu to kill the elder magpie and make it look like she disappeared. You believe this vermin, this creature that feasts on meta-human flesh, that kills and dismembers our tribesmen. You are naive and foolish men, if that's the case. Nung spits on the ground in front of Gaishu. What proofs do you have that magpie is dead? Nung, please. In matters where an elder is accused of breaking our law, the other elder generally judge them. In matters where all of them have been accused, I am authorized to act as a judge. Make your chase, Shadowrunner. I found Magpie's necklace in the storm drains. Porter takes a moment to examine the necklace. She nods at you. This is definitely Elder Magpie's. If you found it in the storm drain, that's suspicious, but hardly proof on its own. Of course it's not proof. The number of things that lost down storm drains in Hong Kong must number in the tens of thousands per year. While unusual, it's hardly evidence of foul play. There was a large amount of blood in her shower drain. So what? Perhaps she cut herself and watched the cut off. And perhaps you are mistaken about it being blood. You're simply guessing as to what happened. That's true, it's a guess, and even if it's her blood, that doesn't prove that the elders hired this ghoul to kill her. Porter gives Elder Ip a sidelong glance. The elders have always protected Vampoa Garden to the best of their abilities. She hasn't been seen in a month, not by anyone. She wouldn't just disappear like that. That may be unlikely, but it's hardly impossible. You haven't established that the elders were involved. All you've done is make suppositions about it. What proofs do you have that we hired and betrayed this creature? I won't sit by and listen to idle accusation without any kind of concrete evidence to back it up. What about the fight with the Hong Kong police force? What do you mean? What does that have to do with the elders and the ghoul? The evidence in the garage points to a fight with someone using a sword. We allowed the police into Vampoa Gardens because they were hunting someone. They never told us who or why they were looking for their quarry. It didn't have anything to do with us. Gaishu hisses through clenched teeth, addressing Porter Lamb. I was only in the garage to collect payment from them. The ordinary residents were warned of the HKPF's arrival and were gone by the time I arrived. That's suspicious, I admit. Porter regards the elders for a long moment. It still doesn't prove the elders knew it was the ghoul. This is a piece of Gaishu's armor I found in the garage. The markings on it prove it. You point out to the armor markings to Porter, and he nods with some satisfaction. This is from his armor, definitely, but how does it prove that the elders knew the ghoul's existence? The police officers were abnormally armed and armored, with much heavier gear than a normal patrol. They were armed with armor piercing, discarding sabot rounds. That's a hardly standard issue. Lesser weapons wouldn't have broken that armor plate. If they were looking for if all they were looking for was a common fugitive, why be prepared for a fight of that magnitude? Obviously, they knew what they were searching for. That doesn't mean we did. You Vampoans don't allow police inside the area. Why make an exception this time? The police were polite and asked our permission to enter. They were hunting a non-Vampoan. That was reason enough for us to allow them in. Porter considers this for a moment and then shakes his head. That doesn't add up, Nung. Why would the police ask us for entry now? They've never been polite before, and they've always tried to force their way in. It just doesn't ring true to me. Did you ask them to come in order to hunt down this ghoul? Preposterous, Porter. You know what our community is like. We wouldn't lie over something like this. This ghoul has been lying the entire time, trying to cover his tracks. He's still brutally murdered several elders. That's true. Those murders were vicious and cruel. Porter fixes you with a hard stare. I don't see any way to explain that away. This ghoul is a monster for how he killed Tong and the others. Tong's body was a mess, true, but he died quickly from a sword blow to the neck. I struck Tong down with a single blow from my sword. The mess made of the body was to send the elders a message, but I had no desire to make Tong suffer at any time. Nung and the other old elders could have made amends, and the killing would have ended. Instead, they hired a Shadowrunner to kill me. It's not about cruelty, it's about sending a message. That's not what I would have expected, looking at the body. You killed him before you dismembered him. That's right. And I killed other elders in a similar fashion. There was no cause to prolong their suffering. The message was for the living elders, not the dead. If the elders wished to treat me like a monster, I would terrorize them like one until they paid reparations for their mistake. Come on, you can't possibly believe this crazy story. It's absolutely insane. Tong wasn't torture. There was no astral residue, pain or fear. He didn't even feel the blow. That's correct. I struck a single blow while his back was to me. His death was instant. Regrettable that he had to die for your folly. None, but necessary to protect my reputation. Nung stares at the Gaishu in stony silence before addressing Porter. You cannot believe what these people say. They are not to be trusted, and even if this is true, he still killed Tong. Porter looks back at Nung, his expression flat and without emotion. Maybe so, Nung, but a monster would not take Tong's suffering into account. He may be a killer, but he's not heartless. The scene of Tong's murder, like the others, was a deliberate sham. It was made to look more horrific than it was. I believe you. The blood smeared on the walls, the removal of his skin. That's a scene designed to evoke horror, not the scene of an actual fight. Elders, what do you have to say in response? This is a farce. We have dedicated ourselves to protecting Vampoan tribe and everyone who lives in Vampoan Garden. Do you really believe outsiders and monsters over our words? We, who only tried to end the killings. You've been duped, Porter. You and this Shadowrunner. I concur. Porter, you know me. You know the kind of person I am. I wouldn't be party to the killing of another elder. I can't believe we're even entertaining the notion that we have to defend ourselves. We should be disposing of this ghoul instead. One sec. Tang narrows his eyes at you, hissing. If you think I'll forget this, you're sorely mistaken. I will not tolerate this kind of insult. The elders were all too happy to have the red spears move into the garage, almost like they wanted to keep anyone curious about the fight away. That's right, Ip. You even told me not to go find out what happened with the fight. You said the red spears gangers were moving in and to leave them alone. Why would you tell me not to look into it? I was only trying to protect you from the red spears. They're dangerous, which is why I wanted to deal with them directly. Magpie's gear was missing, obviously missing. Why didn't Ip tell me that? He would have had to have noticed, and Magpie's shop is locked up. Why didn't he want me to investigate? Pure supposition. You think it proves something, that I didn't notice equipment was missing. Magpie's shop is always a horrible mess. Tang, you did a full inventory of Magpie's matrix servers. You assured us everything was running fine and you would be able to continue her work. I find it hard to believe you missed something as obvious as missing equipment, especially while searching your stock. That's all I've got. Alright, I think I have some idea of what's going on here. And what do you believe the real story is? Gaisha seems to be telling the truth. Elders, too many facts don't add up. You are obviously hiding something, possibly a great deal, from the rest of the tribe. I'm sorry, but I have to take you into custody until the community can decide the extent and manner of your punishment. Death would seem appropriate to me, especially since that they kept up this charade even to you, one of their most trusted citizens. Don't you dare talk to me like that, you disgusting beast. Ip begins to raise his weapons. Porter reaches out to stop him. Ip reluctantly stops. Ip, no. Don't make this any worse than it is. Porter turns to face you. Thank you, Dystopia. I'll make certain that justice is meted out. You are free to go, and I will ensure payment is delivered to you, so long as you take Gaichu with you. I can't have him staying here. He'll be coming with me. As you exit the Wompao into the sweltering night air of the Kowloon streets, Gaisha turns to face you. I confess, I am unhappy with the decision to allow the Wampuan's elders to live. We should have killed them, if for no other reason than to maintain our reputation. If you're going to run on this team, you'll have to learn to accept my decisions. Gaisha bows to you, head held very low. I spoke impertinently, and it will not happen again. You have my apology. From this point forward, my sword is yours, no matter what decision you make. Shall we leave this place? I am eager to be done with Wampoa Garden. Okay, that is it for now. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next.